back to red ball cricket here at the St Unique Stadium with our friends from Leicestershire. Our opponents, our scorers for this match, Adrian Ball and Paul Rogers, our match referee Phil Whittaker. And good morning to our umpires Jack Shantry and Suri Shalomini.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to St Unique Stadium in Bristol. The county championship is back. It is Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire in a key encounter with both sides still just about within striking distance, certainly in Leicestershire's case very much within striking distance of the top two spots in Division 2. Leicestershire just 12 points behind Middlesex in that regard, Gloucestershire 24 points back, so both sides needing a win in this game. So first of the final block of Red Bull fixtures, back-to-back home fixtures for Gloucestershire. Here they take on Northamptonshire in the next game. It's sort of beginning to feel a bit like end of season weather. It's not quite there yet. It doesn't feel like the end of the season until you're starting at 10:30. And of course we're starting at 11:30. We had a bit of rain this morning, but that has thankfully cleared away a little bit earlier than forecast. It looked as though we would be done possibly for the morning session looking at the forecast this morning, but that is not the case. Ready to get underway at 11:30. Lunch at 1:30. It's still pretty gloomy about, but the floodlights, which are available for this game, have not yet been turned on. Gloucestershire have won the toss and they have stuck Leicestershire in to bat. No doubt both sides would have done the same thing, and we'll get to team news very shortly as the first ball of this match is ready to be bowled from the Bristol Pavilion end by Ajit Singh Dale, and there's a thick inside edge first ball that almost flew down to the fine leg boundary but was cut off there by Dom Goodman, and Leicestershire are one without loss. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray, your commentary team for this one on the BBC Sport website app via smart speaker, BBC Sounds, Gloucestershire live stream. There's all sorts of ways that you can follow the coverage.
Ask your smart speaker, but you must specify the day, mustn't you? That's very important. So you must say Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire, day 1. Otherwise, it all gets confused.
Ask BBC Sounds to play. Here comes Singh Dale, 3 slips in a gully, bowls to Rishi Patel, to Holland, of course, now, who's on strike for the first time, and Holland taps a defensive shot out in front of him, and there is no run. So the 3 Lions for Gloucestershire returning, with Singh Dale, who's bowling now, Zaman Akhtar and Ollie Price back into the fold, and it's a warm welcome back to Chris Dent, who I suspect will take up his usual spot at the top of the order. That's not been fully confirmed yet. We will do so in due course. In comes Singh Dale, bowls to Holland, who's forward and playing a robust looking defence out to Gloucestershire captain Van Buren up at mid-off. So the Gloucestershire side, it's actually the same side that played in the match that was played on the hybrid surface here against Middlesex. So probably the quickest attack that Gloucestershire could put out, with Singh Dale, Akhtar, De Lange and Goodman as the 4 front-line seam bowlers. Singh Dale is in bowls, and Holland has a little flinch at that, but doesn't incline the bat too far towards the ball, and it goes behind the stumps uninterrupted to James Bracey. So 4 seamers. Ben Charlesworth actually did mark out his run this morning, so he might be available to bowl again. He bowled for the first time this season in the 50-over match between these sides just a matter of days ago. Certainly very familiar with the sight of each other, these two sides. And then if there's any spin needing to be bowled, it will be done by Messrs Van Buren and or Ollie Price. Hand off the bat there to this next delivery from Singh Dale. It's guided out to point, and there's no run. Leicestershire, Richard?
Kind of as expected, really, given the squad. The 2 men to miss out from the 13 are Roman Walker, the extra seamer, and Sol Budinger, the opener. So hence the reason that Ian Holland is opening alongside the returning Rishi Patel. Holland, who's opened when he's been available in white ball cricket.
Last ball of this opening over. Singdale is in and bowls full and up to the bat, but Holland is carefully forward and over the top of the ball and keeping it out. So 1 run from the first over, that belonging to Rishi Patel, and we're back underway, getting back used to the rhythm of red ball cricket again after what seems like about a year and a half of white ball cricket. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed the Metro Bank a lot and I've enjoyed the Blast, and of course there's still the prospect of a Blast quarter-final to look forward to for Gloucestershire, and they will hope more than that. But having had that for so long, it feels more than about a month ago when Gloucester, well, it was more than a month, isn't it? It's more like a month and a half, when James Bracey took that catch that will live long in the memory, which was Gloucestershire's last action on the field in Championship cricket.
In then, just edging short of second slip there is Rishi Patel, leaning forward. Again, it didn't look particularly quick as it came through there from Dom Goodman. That little bit of extra height might make a difference. Patel leaning forward. Didn't really follow, which is inexcusable, his efforts in the 100. I find it hard enough to watch at the best of times, to be quite honest, but don't think he probably played quite as much as he would like, Rishi, so it might take a moment or two to adjust. In goes Goodman, forward goes Patel, thick outside part of the bat, steering it along the ground to sort of backward point where Hammond is the fielder. The 3 slips and a gully. Otherwise, a fairly conventional field. Now, Gully has an old-fashioned Gloucestershire sweater on.
Chris Dent always wears one
everybody
of those.
else who's wearing a sweater, and not everybody is, because it's not cold out there, wearing the new style sweater. Goodman is in, bowls on off stump, thick inside edge, and not really in control of that defensive shot. Shoots a look backwards, Patel, as it drops back around 45 degrees towards the aforementioned sweatered Dent, bearded as well. But again, the pitch doesn't look particularly pacey. It never really is.
They took a bit of grass off it this morning, but they may have had to, actually.
Goodman is in, bowls, brings Patel stretching forward a long way. Pad, a little bit involved, judging by a sort of semi-appeal from behind the stumps in particular. Let's have a look-see.
Yeah, inside edge onto Pad, I think.
Goodman's hands started to go to his head as though it was desperately close, and only the thick inside edge had saved Rishi Patel. Might have been a slight overreaction. Turns. Sweatband on his left wrist as he comes in and bowls to Patel, who again, big stretch forward and blocks that one out of the middle, out towards silly mid-off. Hammond wanders in rather than sprints into field.
He is 6'5", is Goodman, but considering how tall Jack Chantry is, when he passes him, you almost don't get the impression of that height. If he bowled from umpire Shanmugam's end, standing at square leg, it would look very different.
He's bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, bowls and squares up Patel a little bit. He was getting in position, I suspect, to try and straight drive it. Had to adjust, took his hand off the bat, bottom hand off the bat as he pushed it out, slightly uncertainly into the offside. So a good, accurate over from Goodman, a maiden in fact, and he made Patel play, but perhaps didn't get the response from the pitch he might have hoped for at this early stages. But it is an early stage. It looks a bit as though it's filled in.
I think we're getting a few spots of rain out there. I thought that earlier on, and I don't think it was the case, but I'm pretty sure now.
It was forecast for about 12, a possibility of a light sprinkling.
It's hopefully enough they would stay out there for a bit anyway. Singdale starting the third over at bowls. Holland inside edge towards the keeper. They're sprinting through for a single. They're going to have to make sure that the backing up is good here, or there'll be overthrows. And Van Buren does get back from mid-off. So Holland is off the mark in slightly unconvincing fashion. He was searching around and about to locate the ball, and then by the time he'd done that, he almost put himself in jeopardy of being run out by Bracey, but I think he would have made it anyway. Still with the 3 slips and the gully. A backward pointer mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Singdale in, driven by Patel, and he will take probably just the single here as Van Buren gets the legs pumping and stops it sliding back from quite a short mid-off position, floating between extra cover and mid-off, so 3 without loss. You'd figure this ought to be a decent toss for Gloucestershire to have won, although exactly how much the ball will do, I think, is a real certainty at this point. Singdale is in and bowls full and on, pushed by Holland. Probably the most pleasantly timed shot we've seen so far, but it doesn't bring him any runs as the hulking figure of Marchant de Lange stoops down at mid-on to field. It doesn't feel exactly like prime swing bowling conditions, but you just never know. Yes, you've got a bit of humidity. It's a little bit cooler than it has been. You've got a bit of wind as well. You just never know. But for other reasons, Singdale is in, bowls, and tight to the stumps. Holland plays in defence up to mid-off. As we were talking about before we went on air, really, you've had so much white ball cricket. You're in white ball mode to some extent. I think any side, in fact, I would have a look around the grounds to see exactly how many sides have won the toss and chosen to bowl. I'd imagine an awful lot have. You're just looking to catch a side out a little bit on the first morning. Still in white ball mode a little bit. Singdale is in, bowls, let go by Holland. That does swing, but I think does most of that after it passes Holland, who was never going to be playing a shot at that one at this stage in the morning. Certainly from what I can immediately see, most sides have won the toss and elected to field first, and just one early score jumping out. Glamorgan at 18 for 4 in the 9th over. Zach Chappell has removed Messrs Kellaway, Northeast and Carlson, all for ducks. Singdale in and bowls full, and forward goes Holland, tapping the ball out into the covers where there is no fielder, so they can scramble a single, which they didn't actually have to run possibly quite as hard as they did, but anyway, comfortably through as Hammond fields and then just has to dry the ball a little bit with this sprinkling of rain, which I think is still happening, albeit it's very fine, and the umpires haven't even really had a look at each other yet. But it's not particularly pleasant conditions as yet for playing championship cricket. But what's new? 4 without loss after 3 overs, Leicestershire.
Just maybe this is going to be one of those tosses that it not necessarily bad to lose. However, we shall see. Goodman yet to concede a run. Maiden first up. Slight curve as he gets into his run. Bowls to Ian Holland, slightly short of a good length and a little bit midland leg side, and Holland just on the back foot turns it towards square leg and takes a comfortable single as Zaman Akhtar has to run across to his right to field.
This is looking a bit more serious now, this rain. They have now had a considerable length glance at each other, the two umpires.
Gloucestershire won't be pleased for the ball to be getting a little bit damp, and indeed we are going to go off. So just 3.1 overs, 5 without loss. It will be a temporary rain break, but how long that temporary break will be remains to be seen. It has filled in a little bit over where the weather is coming from, but the forecast is reasonably good for it to blow over tolerably quickly, but we are unfortunately going to have a little bit of a break already.
Oh dear. We'll do it again at some point. 3.1 overs of solid championship cricket. Lots of defensive shots, no boundaries. It tantalised us, only to then disappear again. Oh well, here comes Sean Williams with the tractor and the main covers. As yet, it doesn't look as though there's desperate scrambling for other covers. The run-up covers will go on. At the moment, it doesn't look fantastic, with the rain being blown quite severely across the ground, but at least it is still fairly fine rain, and our view of the northern and western reaches of Bristol is steadily disappearing. But it is forecast to improve, so hopefully we'll be back and have quite a lot of cricket actually later on in the afternoon, and who knows, we might even be playing a long way into the evening. It wouldn't be championship cricket also without a 7 o'clock finish. So Gloucestershire won the toss. They decided to put Leicestershire in. No surprises there. Singdale and Goodman with an accurate start, but a couple of inside edges being the real cause of alarm for Leicestershire's opening batters. But very little really to get your teeth into. There's plenty of cricket happening elsewhere. There's delays at Edgbaston, at Southampton, at Merchant Taylor's School, where Middlesex are playing Northamptonshire, and also delays at Headingley as well. Just a delay at Headingley actually. Glamorgan are now 20 for 5, so perhaps that might be a good one to put on every ball of every game available to listen to on the BBC Sport website and app. Richard Ray and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back when there is some more cricket, but we do look as though we're in for a bit of a delay, and who knows, possibly even at this stage an early lunch, so that they can at least get that out the way. We'll be back with adjusted session times and overtimes when we get them. Welcome back to Bristol, where we are ready to resume play after the latest rain break. We had quite a bit of rain, but with the early lunch having been taken, it was fairly well-timed rain in that we haven't lost quite as much play as we might have done at another point. So the details of the day's play that remains: 3:50 will be the tea break, so in theory 2 sessions of 2 hours and 20 minutes, and from this point 74.5 overs remain in the day's play, so it's going to be a late finish, and as I say, 3:50 will be the tea break. Leicestershire resuming their innings on 5 without loss. 3.1 overs of play possible in the morning session before rain curtailed things. Sawdust is out there. It looks fairly lush, but we are ready for some play. Still quite a brisk breeze to contend with for the Gloucestershire bowlers. Ages ago, whenever it was, 2.5 hours ago now, Gloucestershire did win the toss and choose to field. And here is Dom Goodman from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Patel, and that's left outside the off stump. Rishi Patel on 2, Ian Holland on 3, and it's Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray in the commentary box. And as far as the Gloucestershire team news, if you weren't with us earlier, Chris Dent returns to the side for the first time since round 4, although basically round 3 because the first round was rained off. Goodman in bowls to Patel. There's a way movement, but the ball starts too wide to interest Patel in a shot, and Bracey has to go lurching over to his right in front of the slip cordon to take the ball. So Ollie Price, Zaman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale return from the Lions. Matt Taylor is out with a groin injury, and David Payne still not available in the championship, so there are no 100 returnees. As Goodman continues from the Ashley Down Road end. Tall action, bowls over pitches and is driven for 4 by Rishi Patel. There were no boundaries in the brief period of cricket that we had this morning, and there is the first one, and he's leathered it.
Yeah, genuine half volley, wasn't it? And Patel only played twice in the 100 out of the 8 games that he theoretically could have played. I would imagine enjoying putting bat to ball. Certainly looked to do so there.
He's such a handsome stroke maker, Rishi Patel. You can't give him the excuse. Goodman in, and this is worked defensively up to mid-on by Rishi Patel, and there is no run. Ian Holland at the non-strikers end. One of his 4 first-class centuries came against Gloucestershire back in the 2021 season in the game at the Utilita Bowl, where Dom Goodman, who's bowling now, and Josh Shaw survived for 17.5 overs as the last wicket pair to defy Hampshire, as Patel defends up the surface, and that completes the over that was carried over. So 74 overs still remain in the day's play, so we can get 16 of the overs that we've lost back over the next 2 days. So we'll have lost about an hour from the game as a whole.
Yeah, weather permitting over the next 2 days. I don't think the
half an
forecast
hour,
is
in fact, sorry.
Too bad. Anyway, Rishi Patel in the county championship this season. Well, Gloucestershire will know him well. He had his best game against the Gloucesters up at the Upton Steel County Ground, 117 and 51. He made there. And he's on 6, and he's watching. Ajit Singh Dale is going to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end in brightish sunshine now. Bowls to Ian Holland, a little bit short of a good length. Holland rides the ball, deflects it down towards Scully, bounces once and then bounces up, indicates with his right hand Holland there was a fraction more bounce than perhaps he expected. Might just have livened up the pitch a fraction. A little bit of rain fell on it before the covers could be dragged on. 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off trying to cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg is the field as Singdale is in, and he's taking his bottom hand off the bat there, Holland, as he steps across, and says again it just bounced a little bit more, and Ajit Singdale started to sort of shout, but it was just the shout of a bowler who sort of defeats the batsman slightly, really. Umpire Chantry and umpire Shanmugam. Umpire Shanmugam standing at the pavilion end for the first half of the game, just stepped out and put his foot where Singdale's crossing the crease there. Very straight run, comes in and bowls, slightly slingy action, thick inside part of the bat. Holland pushes it out towards square leg, is interested momentarily in the possibility of a single, but Akhtar's quickly on to the ball. Sporting yellow socks. I hope they're yellow anyway, they're not just old.
Who was that? Sorry, I was looking something else up at the top. Right. Well, there is seemingly a dress code then for yellow socks, because Miles Hammond usually has them on. Okay. He's about the only one you'd normally see the yellow socks, so they all decided to go for them.
Yeah, in goes Singdale and bowls outside off stump, dropped. I think that took the outside edge. I'm not certain it did, though. There's minimal reaction. Bracey dived to his right and in front of first slip. I think he had to go for it. Did it take the edge? That is the question.
I must say, live, I thought it had done.
At the replay.
Yeah,
big edge.
And he had to go one-handed. He couldn't quite get there with his other glove, and I think it's one of those where it just hit the webbing of his glove, and like you say, he had to go for it. There's no way that would have carried to Ben Charlesworth at first slip. So a half chance. He's taken a few one-handed catches in his time as James Bracey.
Seen him hang on to those. Singdale is in, and uncertainly rather worked out back down the pitch on the offside by Holland. Yeah, I've seen him hang onto those. James Bracey couldn't quite. It had to go right in, didn't it? And it didn't quite do that. So there's a few hands on hips out there.
I think they'd rather he took the one-handed catch in the game that is Gloucestershire's last championship match. The one to end that, again, off Singdale, rather than that one if they were to choose one.
In goes Singdale and bowls. Good length, but Holland leaning forward rather than stretching forward blocks that one square out into the offside. So good over from Singdale, who gets a consoling pat on the back from one of his teammates as he doesn't stomp off, he marches purposefully off towards long leg. It's the end of the over. 9 without loss after 5. Leicestershire should really be 9 for 1.
Chris Dent is already making a signal to the dressing room to suggest he might want to go under the lid for the next over. Whether that, I assume that probably would be short leg, but as Goodman starts a new over, bowls full, he's driven by Patel towards a straight long off, and that will go for 4. It's a short boundary there, and although the outfield is probably not as quick as it will be later on today, even with a bit of sunshine forecast, the timing is sweet enough that Rishi Patel gets his second boundary. He's on to 10, 13 without loss. But already the carry, I know Singdale is quite skiddy, but we saw one controlled edge, yes, but even that barely made it halfway to the slips in the first 3.1 overs that we had. Goodman is in, this is driven through extra cover this time. Another gorgeous shot from Patel, just leaning on it. And it speeds away through the gap, and Patel beginning to transfer a bit of the pressure that might have been built from that Singdale over back onto Gloucestershire, and James Bracey with a big kick at the turf after that boundary went away. I'm sure not at the delivery, but it's just wishing he could have grasped hold of it. It was a very tough chance, but he'll still Probably wishing he'd held on, another massive clap of the gloves together there. His own harshest critic is James Bracey. Goodman in and bowls and just nudged defensively into the onside by Patel for no run.
I mentioned his century up against Gloucestershire at the Upton Steel earlier this season. That actually is the only century he's got in the county championship so far this season. So although he has frequently looked good, he only has to be out there for sort of 10 minutes to look pretty good, because as you say, he's a very elegant shot maker, but he's had an awful lot of starts without managing to go on as often as he'd have liked.
Goodman, 3 slips now, no gully, as Dent has moved into the covers to protect that drive, but Patel is just pushing forward defensively, so there is no run.
He's still averaging sort of 43, 513 runs in 14 innings coming into this game.
And it's always going to be hard to follow up a campaign as good as he had last year. You're always going to get a period where things don't quite work out the same way. But if you're still averaging 40 when you do that, then that's pretty handy. Goodman bowls, that's a good ball, and beats Rishi Patel, just dragging his length back a bit there, Goodman, and that might be where he has to bowl on this surface. I mean, he has been over pitching a few times in the early going, but that's a really nice length. Patel has got to play at that, and then it just, having faded in, shapes away. Goodman to finish this over off in now and bowls, and that is edged but down into the ground and fielded smartly at third slip by Ollie Price, but didn't come at all close really to carrying, and he's done pretty well actually to pick that up as cleanly as he did. So 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls of the over, but then Goodman did bowl more on that good length, or just full of a good length, rather than really trying to get greedy in terms of swing, and looked more dangerous. 17 for no wicket Leicestershire, 6 overs total have gone.
Singdale then from the pavilion end into Ian Holland on off stump. Holland looks to drive, isn't quite there. Inside part of the bat, bounces back down the pitch to the bowler, who fields in his follow through. Just to sort of emphasise that point I was making about Patel, in those 14 innings he's got into double figures at least in 13 of them. Only once has he been out in single figures in the county championship, but only the 250s and that 1 century, so he'll be very keen over September, the innings he plays in the county championship, just to sort of get back into high scoring. And somebody is standing up in one of the hospitality boxes behind the bowler's arm. Lots of people saying sit down or move, or Rishi Patel's wandering back down now. Is it Ian Holland saying close the doors or something like that? The doors have been closed. Whoever it was is now sitting down. And Singdale, again in sunshine, casting a shadow, comes in and bowls outside off stump. Good pace and bounce, but outside off stump, and Ian Holland steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball and lets it bounce through to Bracey. A bit of blue around now, happily. And the darker cloud heading off to the sort of east.
Yes.
Basically. And again,
no.
Again, they've opened the doors again.
I mean, who do they think they're waving at? That's what I want to know. Oh dear, somebody's getting a little irate down there. I think
The
it's
spectators answering back.
Well,
Can it be so?
I don't know. Anyway,
Is it somebody down below?
I think it's somebody on the balcony
Getting
floor
irate.
in a hospitality box, possibly.
Singdale.
Surely it can't be the Premier Club.
In he goes and bowls straight and quick, but no real movement. And Holland leans forward, blocks it back down the pitch on the offside, and then indicates to Patel that there is still there's something there for Singdale.
Sit down, Tommy. I don't think it's going to be Tommy, but it would be quite amusing if it were.
17 wickets, Ajit Singdale in the county championship at, well, they've been a little bit expensive in the 13 innings in which he's bowled. They've come at 46 apiece. So he'll be keen to pick up a few slightly more cheaply than that. He sends his mid-wicket back to sort of backward square, about halfway back to the boundary, goes in and bowls to Holland. It is slightly short of a length, but it's just outside off stump. Holland went back and got up on his back foot and tried to, or thought about stroking it away, hammering it away through the offside, but didn't time it at all, and not for the first time in his innings. Bottom hand off the bat, as he rather shovelled it out into the offside. It didn't go very fast, certainly. Leicestershire head coach Alfonso Thomas already on the march around the boundary as Singdale is in. Bowls to Holland, who's a little bit late on that fuller, straighter delivery. Squeezes it out towards square leg. Square leg, it's that few extra feet back, Akhtar. And consequently, the single is there to be taken, and is. Holland then on to 4, 18 without loss.
It's a curious fielding position. I mean, he's clearly in there more for the shorter ball, but...
You assume, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't look particularly happy about the fact that he just allowed that single there, Singdale, but he was very specific about where he wanted Zaman Akhtar to stand.
Remember Michael Holding putting a man back for Geoffrey Boycott once, last over the day of a test match, and Boycott hooking it straight to him. In goes Singdale and bowls, and beautifully driven by Patel. And as with Holland, not for the first time in this match, he is a beautiful player of the cover drive, and that will have had a few purring. It was fullish outside off stump, and Patel tucked in. 3 fours, is it to him now? 4 fours perhaps?
4, I think.
4.
Yeah.
And he moves on to 18 off just 20 deliveries. 22 without loss after 7.
Yeah, you're mentioning Singdale's numbers this year. It's not been quite as easy in terms of consistent wicket taking for him this year. I mean, last year he averaged maybe even just a tick under 30. I'll get the exact figure in a second. Just a bit over 30, 31 and 2/3, but for a young fast bowler, pretty handy numbers, especially when you have to play half your matches on benign Bristol surfaces. Goodman is running in, bowling to Holland, who lets it go. Not a great deal of movement there as it goes through to Bracey. But yeah, wickets haven't quite come at the same rate this season, but I know this may be just something that happens when somebody's bowling that quickly and accurately, but several times this season I've got the impression that he hasn't had a great deal of luck. I think I counted something like 9 inside edges of the bat of Adam Lyth, as they're going to come through for a quick leg by here as it goes off the hip area of Holland. Nicely run by Patel. Holland was a little bit doubtful about the call for a second, but ends up coming through quite easily, running to the non-strikers end, 23 without loss. Just in that one game here between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire, I'm pretty sure nearly all of them were off Singdale's bowling, at least 7 of them. It's extraordinary. Goodman into Patel, who's forward playing a studied defence out to point, and there's no run. A similar thing at Sussex as well. There just seem to be so many inside edges that he generates because his movement is more naturally into the right-hander rather than away. It may just be something that will continue to happen off Singdale's bowling. He will get a lot of inside edges that go past the stumps, but I don't think he's really been doing anything wrong this year by any means. Goodman bowls on the hip of Patel, tries to flick it through the leg side, but finds the hands of Zaman Akhtar forward square, and there is no run. And you only had to look at the side that was picked for the England Lions that included those 4 players from both these counties, and a bowling attack that consisted of Singdale, Josh Hull, Zaman Akhtar, Casey Aldridge, Lyndon James, Goodman bowls a flash and a miss from Rishi Patel. He had a real go at that, went hard at it with the hands, tried to fizz it away, but made no contact.
He sort of knew as he was playing it, he shouldn't have been playing it, didn't he? You could tell in his body language.
It was a bit short, it was a bit wide, but at the same time, early stages, new ball, probably have to just allow that one to go. Goodman bowls edged, and that has fallen just short of third slip, where Ollie Price has slowed it down at least so that it's only a single. But they almost can't stand close enough already, those slip fielders, and there is a green tinge to this surface, so you do wonder what the pace of this pitch is going to be like once that greenness wears off. Patel picks up a single, and we'll keep the strike at the end of that over, 24 without loss. But
should have carried that.
Yeah, you feel it ought to have done, really.
Yeah, physics or whatever they are.
But yeah, I mean, looking back at that Lions selection, they were quite open when it comes to particularly seam bowling. I think Rob Key and company have been really open in saying we're not really looking at the numbers very much, at least in terms of the wicket taking. And the selection for that Lions game certainly showed that. I mean, you've four main seamers, probably all averaging over 35 in first class cricket, in some cases more than that.
Singhdale is in to Patel, a bit of extra bounce, and it seams back in, takes the thigh pad. It's a no ball as it bounces out towards gully, but again a little bit of extra pace and effort and seam movement for Singhdale. Discomforted Patel. Shumnagam comes out and shows Singhdale where his foot, or how far his foot was over, and both umpire and player just scrape the side of the foot along the crease. The white markings are already pretty obscured. And he goes, bowls again, Fuller, big grunt of effort. Patel just leant forward, blocked it back up the pitch to the bowler.
But it is an exciting bowling attack in terms of pace and promise that Gloucestershire have with Akhtar and Singhdale, and then you've got Marchand de Lange, who is always worth watching whatever he's doing, and a tall bowler in Goodman, who is having a good season in both formats that he's played.
Singhdale is in, lifted, clipped in the air off his toes by Rishi Patel, but timed really sweetly down towards wide long on 4-4. So just perhaps a heartbeat. Singhdale might have hoped it was going straight to mid-on. In fact, he lifted it well wide. It was a wristy flick and possibly got a little more aerial than Patel would have liked in terms of lack of control or losing control, but proceeding in, for the most part, in boundaries. Rishi Patel, that's his fifth. Moves on to 23 out of 30 without loss. Singhdale is in. Again, that little grunt of effort. It's probably after every delivery, like a tennis player, as it hits the ball. Patel blocks it out into the offside, and Buren picks up. And Buren, I would imagine, has by now got over his over in the one-day cup game.
Oh gosh, it's his birthday today
yes,
as well.
Well, I didn't want to remind him of it. The four consecutive drag downs against Kimber, all of which disappeared high over mid-wicket. Singhdale is in. Lovely delivery that I think went past the outside edge. Perhaps, it did go past the outside edge. I was going to say perhaps Patel would claim he tucked the bat in. Actually, looking at it on the replay, perhaps he did just tuck the bat in next to and almost above his front pad. There was a little bit of movement there. Rajit Singhdale.
Interesting also that they've given him the pavilion end. I seem to remember of late he's been bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Must be something in the wind direction or something like that.
In he runs and bowls. Nice solid forward defensive press from Patel. Everything close together. Textbook stuff. Back down the pitch. Very straight to the bowler. Again, there's no run. It is pretty flat here though, isn't it? It's not sort of like, for example, Grace Road, where there's a marked difference in incline at one end and t'other.
Yeah, I think there is a extremely gentle slope here, but it's not anything that's going to have a particular bearing on the action.
In goes Singdale and bowls on off stump. Tell forward, angled bat, running it out towards about 4 slip. He's momentarily interested in the possibility of a single, and he raises an enquiring hand towards Ian Holland, but Holland quickly says no. And it's the end of the over. 30 without loss after 9. Rishi Patel has 23. Ian Holland, playing the anchor role, has 4 off 24.
Test match is back underway at Old Trafford, and England have lost 2 wickets. Ben Duckett for 18 and Ollie Pope for 6, both dismissed by Asitha Fernando. 2 Fernandos playing in the Sri Lankan 11. Vishwa, the left armour that Gloucestershire saw earlier this season up at Scarborough. Goodman is in and bowls. That's punched beautifully by Holland through cover point for 4. Just a little bit too short from Goodman, but he doesn't have a great deal of margin for error on this pitch. He'd found a bit of joy just bowling a bit fuller than that, and that just a fraction shorter. Enough width that Holland could free the arms up, but he didn't go scything at the ball like Patel did in the previous over. Just a controlled shot through the offside, and there's enough pace on the ball at the moment that the batters are being able to use it, even if there's not a great deal of pace for edges. In fact, third slip has got a helmet, Ollie Price, as that is left. Next delivery from Goodman through to Bracey, and I think he's even just taken another small step in closer as well. He'll love that, will Ollie Price. I don't know that the fast bowlers will love it, but the fact that he's had to go and do it, but I'd imagine Price is relishing the opportunity to stand in just that little bit closer. Third slip, Goodman to Holland. Now that's left alone. It's a long and quite daunting, if you're a Gloucestershire bowler, possibly Leicestershire batting lineup. Lewis Hill due in next, who's got 200s on this ground. I think in both games that he's played here, he's scored 100, and that's before you've even got to Ajinkya Rahane and Peter Hanscom. Goodman bowls, hand off the bat from Holland, not for the first time, although that time it was bat into the ground rather than glove. And back to the tall Kentish-born Gloucestershire bowler. And if you can get through that lot, then you've still got the small matter of Rehan Ahmed, Louis Kimber, scorer of probably the most amazing double 100 these shores have seen in first-class cricket. Goodman bowls on leg stump and turned by Holland down to Singdale on the fine leg boundary, and that moves the total to 35 without loss. Holland a single to him, takes him to 9. Then you've still got Liam Travaskis, Ben Green on loan from Somerset, and Tom Scriven.
Scriven at 10 is ridiculous.
Crazy,
he's
isn't it?
6 if he wants to be, you know, so he's good enough to play 6.
In goes Goodman, he bowls, and that's a good ball, which Patel, again, he doesn't really follow it too much, but I think any time you see the batter sort of rehearsing like that, he feels he was beaten by it, and I felt that he was, but it didn't really matter because he didn't get an edge to it. 10 overs gone, Leicestershire 35 without loss.
fact, Scriven is actually top of the Leicestershire batting averages this season, partly through not-outs, of course. He's only played 7 innings, 4 not-outs, but 218 runs and 2 50s, so for him to be going in at 10. Josh Hull at number 11 probably wouldn't have much of a very long leg to stand on if he were to say to the coach, I should be going in higher in this 11. No, Josh, you shouldn't. Singdale will continue from the pavilion end. In he comes to Ian Holland outside off stump. A tempter. Holland looked as though he was about to be tempted to launch an attempted cover drive at it. Held back in the end. So if Holland was in white ball mode, was in throw the bat mode after his batting his exploits in the One Day Cup, well, he's adjusted his thinking very quickly. He's being circumspect in the extreme. 9 off 29 for him at the moment. Looking to do his job and see off the new ball. Singdale is in. Bowls a beauty to him that bounces and leaves him, and really that would have been far too good for a really regular opener, which Ian Holland isn't. A regular opener might have got a bit nearer to it, but that was the ball of the day so far.
What did that hit? I mean, suddenly Bracey's taken that at head height and he's thinking, why on earth couldn't that have happened with the ball that Holland nicked? And then I might have been able to leave it to first slip and it might have been a pretty comfortable catch. Oof. I mean, that has seemed quite a distance as well as taking off, yeah.
Yep. You have to be a very good player to get anything on that. In goes Singdale and bowls. Fuller, slightly fuller, and Holland solidly forward. The ability to put the previous delivery bit out of your mind is not actually that. It's quite a professional attribute that. A lot of club players don't have it. Holland clearly does.
And it's an excellent follow-up delivery from Singdale as well. You're hoping for a bit of uncertainty, not quite getting far enough forward, and then you can get through the defences. It's a mature follow-up delivery rather than trying to bang it in again.
In he goes, bowls, Fuller, again, a little bit of shape to the delivery, but it was full enough for Holland to get forward and stroke it, rather than drive it back down the pitch towards Singdale, who half stopped it in his follow-through.
And I think that's actually the most impressive thing about Singdale. It's not so much the fact that he can bowl at the pace that he does, but he knows what type of a quick bowler he is. He knows that he's not going to be a kind of bang it into the middle of the pitch type Mitchell Johnson fast bowler, and he bowls to the type that he is.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump, a little bit too wide and went away a little bit further, but it went rather with the arm and taken by Bracey without Holland having played a shot. He's 24 from Slough originally, was on Hampshire's books.
Yeah, I remember when he first came over here, sort of latter part of 2021 I think it was, and you just first saw him bowling on one of the practice pitches to the side, and that's a bit different. Just first time you see that action, as you mentioned, sort of a slingshot type action. It is very different.
He is in and bowls, slightly squares up Holland, who again says it's moving out there. He seems to be saying it after most deliveries that he faced. Played it solidly enough on the back foot, dropped it out into the offside. Singdale comes to the end of his 6th over. It was a maiden, so none for 15 from his 6. Produced the ball of the day in that over, but didn't find the edge. And when he did find the edge, James Bracey not quite able to hang on a couple of overs ago.
Seems to be some building work going on.
There's some workers on the sort of roof behind.
Right, they're doing some more of the terrace. In comes Goodman, bowls. Patel tries to drive and hits it off the inside edge onto his pad, and it goes out in front of him rather than behind. He didn't have control over where that one was going to go. The eyes lit up as though that was another juicy half volley from Goodman, and he has had a couple of those to put away, but that one was not there. Yes, apologies for the unpleasant noises in the background, even more so than normal. Goodman is in, and Patel has been beaten by a ball that seems to have died on James Bracey as well. He thought that that was coming through at a nice gentle height for him, and then had to go lunging down to take it cleanly. So I'm not sure whether it just stood seam upright after it passed Patel and then started to wobble on Bracey, or whether it just didn't bounce quite as much as Bracey thought. But the ball is beating the bat a few more times in these last few overs. Goodman in and bowls. That's carved away off the back foot and beautifully fielded by Chris Dent in the covers. One-handed sprawl to his left-hand side. And he is a magnificent fielder, Chris Dent. A man who enjoys his fielding as well. And certainly Gloucestershire will hope that it's his batting especially that it's good to have back, but you certainly get an extra boost of energy when he's in the field. Goodman bowls, Fuller this time, and Patel is well onto the front foot to keep that one out. Play it up to Graham van Buren at mid-off, who's using his sleeve to shine the ball as well as his trouser. He has always been, ever since I've been covering Gloucestershire anyway, been Gloucestershire's chief polisher. Goodman in now, bowls, cut away, that'll be 4. Just too short, and Patel didn't have to go lurching after that one to hit it away. Everything flowed through the ball, and he's cut it away to the boundary. Hammond fishes it out from in front of the mound stand, and every time that ball goes over the outfield, it'll just be getting a little bit damper.
Yeah, and into the covers as well, which have probably got little puddles of water in them, and it's having to be dried now. And Graham Van Buren's muttering about it to the umpire, I suspect. Jack Shantry is looking down on it. It's being shown to him, the ball.
The double act, De Lange and Van Buren.
What can be done? Yeah.
I suppose what they're hoping is that they can just put it in the umpire's mind a little bit now for when in 20 overs time they haven't taken a wicket, they can then have it already planted in Jack Shantry's mind that the ball might need to be changed. Goodman bowls wider of the crease this time, trying to spear that one in. Again, it's back over length, and Patel rocks onto the back foot and plays defensively into the covers. So Goodman through 6 overs for 23, and Leicestershire 39 without loss after 12. There has been some playing and missing, but you're always going to get that first thing. But as yet, just that one edge found that Bracey couldn't quite hold in the webbing off the bowling of Singdale when Holland was on 3.
Well, Singdale is going to continue into his 7th over now.
I suppose it was spread across the break, wasn't it? So it's 6th over of this spell.
Runs away from us from the pavilion end and bowls foolish. Holland sort of walks into a defensive push. It started to swing away, so it took the outside part of the bat, pushed it out, smeared it out rather, to Van Buren at that wide-ish mid-off / extra cover position. Throws it to Marchand De Lange, who examines the ball critically, holds it up in front of him, although it was only a couple of balls ago, a couple of deliveries ago, he was doing much the same at t'other end. Singdale is in on off stump this time, played slightly more convincingly, if you like, in defence by Ian Holland, out towards point, where Hammond is the fielder. And one does down to have a chat to Rishi Patel. One boundary to Holland in the 36 deliveries he's faced, 6 to to Patel in the 38 he's faced.
Almost the good thing about having Holland up there is it's almost a shot to nothing. If it comes off, then it's magnificent because you've really set up that middle order, but you know how much experience there is in that middle order if he doesn't come off.
Yeah. Oh, again, we have problems behind the bowler's arm. Everybody. Umpire Shumnagam is signalling you. It's nothing about closing windows. It's somebody is standing or sitting behind the bowler's arm. He's asked them to move to one side. He gives them the thumbs up. And Singdale is in again to Holland, who is solidly behind that one, leaning forward. No great stride from Leicestershire's Hampshire Loney. Just the 3 championship innings for Ian Holland for the Foxes this season. On loan all season from Hampshire. Due to go back at the end. 16. That was at home to Glamorgan, and 1 and 33 in the game at Hove against Sussex. Singdale is in, bowls to him, inviting the drive. He is going to pick up a run, although it's a good pick up and throw from point. Although the throw missed, Patel had to just hurry up a little bit as Hammond slid across on one of the used pitches and threw from an almost recumbent position in the end.
Any excuse to be flat on the floor, Miles Hammond will find it. In the field, obviously.
Goes back to his backward point position. Dent's out there at extra cover now. As Singdale is in to Patel. The single having been taken drops a little bit short. Patel just goes back and calmly turns it around the corner. Down towards long leg. Where Goodman is fielding, or has to come in to field. Comfortable single for a player of Patel's class. Moves on to 28, 41 without loss after 12.5 overs. What point does Van Buren start to think, yeah, maybe we should have had a bat after all, but I'm pretty sure, as you said, Ed, that Leicestershire would have bowled as well. In fact, I'm certain they would. Singdale is in and bowls Fuller this time. You can't help feeling that Patel would have gone for a drive. In fact, Holland just blocked it firmly, but blocked it nonetheless back down the pitch and fielded on the bounce by Singdale. End of the over. Again, a perfectly respectable one, but didn't really threaten to beat the outside edge in it. 41 without loss after 13.
Yeah, the movement's not really consistent, is it? The odd one seems to do a little bit. And we have seen one absolute snorter from Singdale, but in general, most balls that Goodman and Singdale have sent down have just gone fairly straight. Still no bowling change though, as Goodman will have a 7th over in total. As he moves into Patel, bowls. Patel opens the face, looking for a gap wide of backward point, but Hammond scuttles across to his left and intercepts, so there is no run. We were almost playing everywhere around the country in the championship, but Southampton's letting us down. Seems to be the one place where there is still a delay. In fact, there hasn't even been a toss yet in the game between Hampshire and Essex there. But playing now in all the games in this division, Goodman runs in now, bowls to Patel, and a good leave on about 5th stump. In the game at Merchant Taylor's School, Northamptonshire 43 for 1, having been put into bat by Middlesex. Prithvi Shaw out for 24. He doesn't seem to have been quite as prolific, Prithvi Shaw, as last year, not even in the one-day cup. Durham-bound Emilio Gay out there on 10 with Ricardo Vasconcelos. Goodman bowls, and that's nicely played, guided through the gully. There's no fielder down at deep third, and that is a comfortable boundary. The rope is in, as it has been for I think just about every Gloucestershire home game this season. The rope is in quite a way off the boundary at this pavilion end. I wouldn't say that the boundaries are actually as short as they have been for some of the home matches, but clearly the decision has been made not to have them right in. But Patel picks up another 4, moves on to 32, 45 without loss. Goodman into Patel, who works around that front pad and defends up to mid-on. So Middlesex currently sitting in second place, the side that both these two are shooting for. Leicestershire 12 behind, Gloucestershire 24 behind, so particularly Gloucestershire really needing to start making a move in that direction. They do have a game left against Middlesex, do Gloucestershire, as Goodman bowls wide of the crease, and Patel has gone down on one knee and then tried to play a flashing cut shot from that position and makes no contact with the ball. If he's able to put that particular shot away, then he'd barely have looked in any trouble of his own doing. But whilst he's still playing a shot like that, Goodman must still be thinking, gotta be finding that edge soon. Goodman bowls a short ball, and Patel has climbed into that one, and it's gone all the way for 6 over straight mid-wicket.
Wow.
He barely seemed to swing at it either.
No.
Stand and deliver. It wasn't a short ball that got up anywhere near enough from Goodman's point of view, but he has put that away dismissively. Brought up the 50 for Leicestershire as well, 51 without loss after 14 overs.
Actually got into the car park, bounced over the picket fence, but even so, the picket fence is a good 25 yards, I would say, beyond the boundary, so really did see that one early and had a lot of time. Beautiful piece of timing as well. Patel threatening here. 38 or 45 for him. 7 fours and a 6. Well, Singdale's work is done for the time being in terms of bowling anyway, and a big Marchant is being brought into the attack. There's been a thorn in Leicestershire's side at various times over the years. Delanger for various counties. In he goes, bowls outside off stump, but he won't be with deliveries like that, which basically is a long hop outside off stump, a loosener in the extreme. And Ian Holland, as Rishi Patel did the previous delivery, climbed into it, cut it away, smashed it away in front of square on the offside for 4. 50 up in terms of the opening partnership, 55 actually. The 6 brought it up, didn't it? So brought it up to 51. Holland on to 14, his second boundary. Langer like Singdale, or Singdale like Langer, slightly slingy action, but obviously Langer the much more experienced of the two seamers. Into his run up and bowls again a little bit short but straighter this time, and Holland, as is now becoming familiar, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he goes back and blocks it down into the gully.
It's been over here for so long, De Langer, it's hard to imagine the English summer without a bit of Marchant De Langer, even if he's not been playing for your team. You just know he's going to be lurking about somewhere.
He's down in this neck of the woods somewhere, isn't he, basically?
Completed the circuit of the counties down in this part of the world.
He'll come up with some. He'll come up to Leicester with somebody. In he goes and bowls again. A slightly better length this time, but still short enough to keep Ian Holland on the back foot. It's his natural length, if you like, De Langer, just short of a good length.
Of course, I erroneously said Gloucestershire haven't got anybody back from the 100, but of course De Langer was off with the 100, he just didn't play.
At all?
Nope. Couldn't get into the Oval Invincibles side, so he's had a bit of a break.
Easy money, huh? In he goes, and bowls, and a little bit fuller, and getting far enough forward to drive it away through the offside is Ian Holland. Van Buren drags the ball back about a yard inside the ropes at deep extra cover, gets his throw away, and keeps Ian Holland to a couple. Holland on to 16. Leicestershire 57 now without loss.
I'm sure he'll have his winner's medal, though. Well, Delanger,
If
perhaps
you're in
we
the
can...
squad, you get a winner's
Well,
medal,
I
do you?
assume
You don't have
so.
to play at all.
Wonder if he could... He's actually been up on commentary with us.
He's got
before,
his winner's
whether he
medal in
could
his bank account,
bring
hasn't
his
he?
medal. Yeah, yeah, well,
That's where you get the winner's medal. Yeah.
perhaps he could bring
Presume
his
a
medal up to
bonus
the
as well.
box. Don't know.
A bonus as well, perhaps. In he goes and bowls on the back foot again. Ian Holland looks down quickly as he tries to force it into the offside. Perhaps straightens on him a touch, and thick inside part of the bat bounces down into the offside. Delanger himself tells his fielders to not bother, he'll pick it up.
In fact, he didn't play in the last few games of the T20 either, so his last game was that rather heartbreaking defeat for Gloucestershire down at the Utilita Bowl on the 12th of July.
Turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Good lift and carry, but it was outside off stump. Ian Holland just dropped his hands, let it bounce high through to James Bracey. Took it with the gloves pointing up. But it's the end of the over, the 15th over of the Leicestershire innings, and they will be reasonably content, I would venture, at 57 without loss.
Yeah, I'm pretty content, not just with the start, but the fact that they're not really seeing any great demons in the surface at this point. I mean, from their point of view, they need to take 20 wickets themselves, so they might want to see a little bit, but at this stage, just be happy. It looks as though they should have a solid innings of batting in front of them. Can Zaman Akhtar change that as he replaces Dom Goodman from the Ashley Down Road end, the man who's just recently come off a 5-foot on his Lions debut. Leaps in now, bowls, bit of lift, but Patel was always watching that one safely pass by. 5 for 32 Akhtar's figures in the first innings of that Lions game against Sri Lanka, and a couple of wickets in the second innings as well. Finished with 2 for 59 there. Comes in now, bowls, and guided down into the gully, but Hammond gets across from backward point, so there's no run there. Did watch a little bit of that Lions game. I mean, you do tend to know that first morning at New Road, when there's been a bit of moisture about, it's probably going to be some of the best bowling conditions that you're going to come across in the country, and certainly Worcestershire seem to have enjoyed themselves a bit this morning as well, as Patel opens the face again, and this time Hammond doesn't have to move at backward point, so there is no run. Possibly a slightly different challenge here, but you know, I guess at the same time as you can't really be expecting miracles to happen all of a sudden, watching how the likes of Akhtar and Singhdale follow up their Lions exploits will be exciting to see. Akhtar bowls a shorter delivery, cut away in the air past Hammond for 4. Been on the money first 3 deliveries and then strayed in line and length, and it's 61 without loss. Patel will not let you off. He's on to 42, 8 4s and a 6. We've got a massive
Very
leakage
strange
behind
noises.
us.
I wondered what the noise was.
The air conditioning machine is currently spouting forth water at a sort of Victoria Falls-esque rate.
Slightly concerning.
But don't worry, we're all fine. There's a great big bucket full of water down there and the rubbish bin, but I think our wiring seems to be all right. Of course, we're sort of, inferior to our wiring when it comes to the order of priorities. This has been edged by Patel, and it's gone between the keeper and first slip, and neither of them moved. It would have been a catch up high, but I think it would have been very much catchable. And, well,
it was
somebody's got to go for that.
Perfect catching height. And they
You'd have
both
to say
ignored it.
probably it's the keeper's catch as well.
Well, that's extraordinary. I was just waiting for somebody to take the catch, Charlesworth or Bracey, and sort of throw it into the air. Neither of them moved.
I wondered if I was seeing things to start with because of
That's
how
extraordinary.
statuesque they were. Actor in. This is worked off the thigh by Patel into the onside, fielded by Goodman at forward square. There's no run. 8 off Actor's first over, but that does not tell the story. Both Holland and Patel could be back in the pavilion. They are standing really quite wide apart, Bracey and Charlesworth. I mean, not as wide as I've seen some, but they're almost more at a distance that you might have expected for a left arm over the wicket rather than a right arm over. And it probably was closer to Bracey than Charlesworth, and he's got the gloves. It's also easier for him moving to his right compared with Charlesworth. Either way, somebody's at least got to get a hand on it.
Got to go for it. De Lange is in to Holland. Good delivery, but just wide enough to leave. Holland just again dropped his hands as the ball bounced and moved away a fraction. Well bowled, well played, in that he didn't play it, but yeah, extraordinary miss really, or extraordinary aberration, because you have to say it clearly was a chance, but normally with a chance they're put down, aren't they? But there were no hands within a foot or two of it, because no hands went for it. Extraordinary. In goes De Lange and bowls onto the body of Holland, who tries to work it off his pad, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the left thigh pad, and Holland, having waited, I think, for De Lange to turn his back, then just stretches away because he'll have a bit of a bruise there. Now, I didn't want to show De Lange, I don't think, but stung.
I'm sure Marchand would only have smiled at him anyway.
Yes.
Smiles at everyone. He was doing his usual meet and greet this morning before the start of play, greeting all the Leicestershire players.
In he goes and bowls another super delivery, real life to them as he banged it in and it bounced and left Holland. Again, Holland played it well in that he left it, just dropped his hands, but it's good hostile stuff from De Lange.
Yeah, he's been fantastic for Gloucestershire this season, De Lange.
Wholehearted player, isn't he? He really just gives it everything, whatever he's doing. And against Leicester, he's tended to haunt them with the bat extraordinarily, sort of coming in late and smashing it to all parts.
He can
be very dangerous with the bat. He's very dangerous with the ball at the moment. In he goes from the pavilion end and bowls slightly full. Holland's still on the back foot. The ball doesn't get up as much and he blocks it out into the offside. But Holland is doing a very good job for Leicester at the moment. 16 off 50 balls. But he's absorbed a lot of deliveries. He's getting the shine off the new ball in every respect, really, with the damp outfield helping as well. But Leicestershire getting themselves into a decent position in the game. De Lange is in, bowls, back foot defensive push by Holland, out into the offside. It trickles out towards point.
26 wickets for De Lange this season, which is comfortably Gloucestershire's leading amount, really top average as well. And without De Lange, Gloucestershire might still be searching for a break of that winless streak that was going. De Lange absolutely instrumental in that win at Northampton earlier this season.
Turns, runs in, bowls to Holland. Fuller, Holland leans forward, no great stride, but bat is very close to front pad as he blocks it out into the offside. Made an over from Marchand. De Lange, none for 6 off 2. Leicestershire 65 without loss after 17.
but they may also miss Bo Webster, Gloucestershire. Webster still Gloucestershire's leading bowler in terms of the averages, ended up with 16 wickets at 21 and a quarter, and didn't have a 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket before he came to Gloucestershire, and in his 4 matches he left with 2 and provided some handy runs lower down the order as well. Probably would have liked a couple of bigger scores in the T20, which is what he was more brought in for, but certainly played his part in Red Bull stuff as well. Akhtar continues, and a defensive push from Rishi Patel will give him another single. Moves up to 47 now from 52 deliveries. Gloucestershire put a fielder back at almost more of a deep backward point than a deep third, but just opening up that gap for Patel, and he was happy to take what was on offer. 66 without loss. Gloucestershire still waiting for the full return of fitness to Zafar Gohar, who I think is due to be playing today for the second 11. In fact, they are now underway there. I'll give you that score in a moment. Akhtar bowls, that's almost a wide. It would certainly have been a one-day wide, but just within the sort of guidelines within the umpire's head for this form of the game, but very full, very wide, and Holland didn't have a go at it. That match taking place at Rockhampton, Gloucestershire's seconds taking on Essex's second 11, and it's not been a great day actually for Gloucestershire's seconds so far. They looked as though they were in position to pick up back-to-back wins in the second 11 championship, but Essex have had other ideas. Akhtar in bowls, left by Holland again. Messrs Seagrave and Fernandez, 78 not out and 68 not out respectively. Essex seconds need 115 to win. But Zafar Gohar is bowling, 2 for 59, his figures from 14 overs, and Tom Price has had his first bowl in that match as well. 9 overs of 25 in the first innings and 8 overs of 23 in the second, to pick up a wicket. Akhtar bowls and passes the edge of Holland, who very much did play at that one. Full delivery, drawing Holland forward. He felt he had to play at it, but it was always just temptingly dangled outside that off stump. But this time no edge, and as we've seen, even if the edge is found, there's no guarantee that it's going to be taken. Akhtar runs in, bowls back of a length. Nicely played in the end by Holland. Dropped the hands down on it. Played it down into the gully where Dent fielded. He thought about a pull shot after playing that, did Holland, but I think he was probably right with his original selection. So anyway, both Zafar Gohar and Tom Price fairly close to returning, which is good news. Bolster the stocks even further. Gloucestershire have certainly done better this year in terms of keeping their best bowlers fit. Akhtar completes the over by once again trying to draw Holland into an indiscretion outside the off stump, but he is a picture of discretion. 66 without loss, 18 overs bowled. So at the moment, in terms of people who are very much out, Luke Charlesworth is, I think, out for the rest of the season now, and then Matt Taylor also missing with a groin strain, but he was running round the outfield earlier, so hopefully should be fit and firing very soon. And it's certainly a much cleaner bill of health than this time last year, where Gloucestershire seemed to be about 2 bowling attacks down.
Delanga is in. Patel angled back down towards about 5th slip, moving across from 3rd. The ball is stopped and hurled at the stumps, but Price it is the fielder there. Patel did have to reach back into his crease and make sure his bat was grounded. A good work at slip. Price encourages, shouting encouragement. just one or two shoulders. It is easy if a couple of chances go down for shoulders just to slump a little bit. Here we go, sort of thing. De Lange is in very close to the stump's edge, and he has got the catch this time. Baresi takes it and just rolls it back down the pitch in sort of self-disgust almost, really. He feels obviously he's missed two, certainly he's missed 1.5, but Patel, the danger man, or one of the danger men, is gone. It was a bright and breezy knock from Patel. His 47 came off 53 balls, but it has come to a close. Once again, he's kind of got in and not quite managed to go on. He hit 9 4s and 1 6, but De Lange, as so often for Gloucestershire this season, has made the breakthrough.
That is an absolute beauty, isn't it? I mean, it's not any fault really of Rishi Patel's. I mean, he probably is walking off thinking, gosh, I wish I'd just been decisive about going forward or back. He just caught him on the crease, but that was down to the length and line that ball was bowled on. It was always going to draw that amount of uncertainty from Patel in terms of what he should do to combat it. In fact, in the end, he could have left it on length probably, but you're not walking out at Bristol, and certainly not having seen the first 18 overs, you're not thinking, oh, I'm fine, I can just leave balls on length, even with Marchand de Lange pounding in at you. But it was just an immaculate delivery, and he kind of had to get something on it, really. Just a question of whether he was going to get away with it again, but not this time.
He was in good enough nick to nick it, wasn't he? Was basically, he had played some glorious shots, but gave those spectators who are here and of course watching on the stream and hopefully listening as well, a lot of pleasure in the shots that he played. Well, Lewis Hill comes to the crease. Leicestershire's skipper, who has said has a good record against Gloucestershire and on this ground in particular. Just recently hasn't had the best of times with the bat. He's only averaging 25 in the county championship, Lewis. He's got 300 runs in 12 innings. 2 50s to his name. A little bit like Patel in a way. He's sort of got in a few times, but hasn't really been able to go on. So De Lange with his tail up. His tail is always up, isn't it, De Lange, really? He's always up for it. In he goes and bowls short, and but outside off stump. Hill jerks his head back out of the way. Was not quite as straight as I think he thought it was going to be. Exchanging words with Ian Holland, Marchand de Lange, jovially. Be interesting to know what was said, what is being said. I don't think he's much of a lad for sledging, is he, de Lange? Or not in an unpleasant sort of way.
No. He'll smile at you, which is scary.
In he goes and bowls slightly fuller, and Hill, no, he calls as he blocks that one out into the offside, off middle and off.
Smile, stare, and show off the teeth and the guns. It's usually enough.
It's quite a fine line with Marchand between the smile and the sort of grimace, isn't there? It's a sort of
Joker style.
Turns 1 for 6 from 2.4 overs. Bowls 2 Hill. It's fuller. Draws Hill forward. But at this stage of his innings, Hill not inclined to look to drive wisely, one suspects. The defensive shot runs out towards the skipper, Van Buren, who polishes the ball assiduously on the end of his sleeves. Long-sleeved sweater for him. Tea, remember, is at 3:50, isn't it? So a good hour and 13 minutes away yet as De Lange is in and bowls. Squares uphill, it squirts through in the air, over really, about fourth slip, and it runs down to third man for 4. Could have so easily gone to hand, it didn't. De Lange turns fairly philosophically. He's been around long enough not to get too worked up about that sort of thing, but Hill was absolutely squared up then. He almost took the shoulder of the bat.
Gosh, how did that go that far? And then not only just go up, but then come down with pace on it, enough to go over the boundary rope as well.
Hill, a little bit of luck to get off, good luck to get off the mark End of the over. 70 for 1. Applause for De Lange. Deserved.
It wasn't quite that Mark Wood delivery yesterday. If you saw that, really popped up and looped in the end to second slip off the bat. I thought that might be what was happening there, but just flew way over the top. Here comes Actor bowling to Holland, cut away in the air over the top of gully for 4. And yep, okay, Actor might give Holland a bit of a stare there, as if to say, well, were you in control? But actually he was. There was always enough pace to use and width that he just had to throw his hands at it and always have to be able to point to the exact blade of grass where the ball's meant to land. You just know that it's going to fly.
Yeah, Dent sort of leapt into the air at gully, didn't he, with both hands reaching for the ball, but it was instinct rather than he was nowhere near it.
74 for 1. Actor bowls fuller this time. Holland plays a rather unconvincing drive up to mid-on. Looking straighter than that.
How are the Clummies getting on? Are they 7 down, 8 down?
They were 7 down when I last had a glance. Yeah, well, they've made a bit of a recovery, 105 for 7, so they've at least got to 3 figures. Douthwaite made 36, and Van der Guchten has 25. Mason Crane on 7. Certainly Gloucestershire have seen enough of Mason Crane batting to know that runs could be scored. That's a good ball from Actor, just pitches it up a bit more, and Holland slightly squared up as he skews it towards point. There's no run. Actor can certainly count himself unlucky already that he's not got his first wicket. So that's the score there. Glamorgan 105 for 7. Earlier, Zach Chappell 4 for 27, including numbers 2, 3 and 4 in Glamorgan's order. Kellaway, North East and Carlson all out without scoring. Actor bowls, another full ball this time. It's a defensive shot right out of the textbook from Holland, and there is no run. Actually, since I gave you the Northamptonshire score, a couple more wickets have fallen there. Tom Helm has removed Vasconcelos for 13 and Proctor without scoring, so Northamptonshire 61 for 3. Yorkshire versus Sussex at Scarborough. Certainly a game that Yorkshire will be targeting to launch them absolutely back in terms of their promotion chances. Holland has played just a firm forward press here, which has gone between point and mid-off and allows them to come through for a comfortable single as Hammond tracks back. 75 for 1. Daniel Hughes, the Australian, has 41 of Sussex's 62 for 2 at the moment. A wicket apiece for Messrs Code and Thompson. So that's what's happening in this division. In Division 1, Kent have absolutely collapsed. They were 73 without loss, and they're now 138 for 7. Against Worcestershire at New Road, as Hill is beaten by Actor to complete this latest over. Just a little jab towards the ball on a good length. Again, outside the off stump. Actor's not bowling too straight here, but he's withdrawn the bat in the end. It's just a question of exactly when it happened. But he's finding some joy with that line. Here's Actor, 3 overs for 14. Leicestershire 75 for 1. 20 overs have gone. 3 wickets for Joe Leach, playing for what will be one of the final times at New Road.
Announced his retirement, or impending retirement.
Warwickshire 85 for 1 at Edgbaston against Somerset. That was a bit late starting. Robbie Yates 35. Now, Will Rhodes, another man on the move, off to Durham as well. 17 not out.
De Lange continues from the pavilion end into Ian Holland, who, again, he's not the most aesthetically pleasing of players,
No.
especially on the back foot, Holland, and he sort of went back and prodded it somehow away off stump out into the offside, jumping into the air with his feet apart, and it all looked rather horrible, but he did his job. He has seen off ball number 63 in his innings so far. 21 he's got. De Lange is in, bowls to him. He turns that one competently and neatly off his legs down towards long leg. Akhtar is fielding, and jog walks the single.
Yeah, I have to say, and I hope these two won't take this the wrong way, but the 2 centuries that I've watched Lewis Hill make and the century that I watched Ian Holland make probably wouldn't be up there in terms of my most memorable hundreds ever watched. However, any first-class 100 is a first-class 100.
DeLange is in to Hill, who stays on the back foot and blocks it out into the offside. And there's no run. Yes, one of his 2 half-centuries this season, Hill, was against Gloucestershire. Second innings at Grace Road. The other in the following innings at home to Glamorgan. He could do with an innings, the captain. Waits with bat raise as DeLange is in, bowls to him, almost flings himself off his feet there, DeLange, as he bangs in a little bit short. Hill up on his toes, blocks it out towards mid-wicket on this occasion.
He's in his 4th over and he hasn't fallen over yet, DeLange. It's quite a rarity.
He wasn't far there, was he? Almost, and he was grinning at Van Buren as he sort of picked himself up, or at least sort of raised his head. Didn't actually fall, but he wasn't far off so doing. His short hair, fashionably short at the back and the sides.
He's had another chop, actually, yeah.
DeLange is in, bowls, better length in terms of, well, a good length, if good counts as better. Hill, you heard the almost scream of no as he pushed it just wide of Dent, but Dent reaching across to his right made a comfortable stop. Rehearses a left armour, Dent, but he suspect he won't be called on immediately. Sun out now here at Neville Road, and the ground looks very pleasant indeed. Outfield beautifully green, as all the outfields are, of course, at the moment. In goes DeLange and bowls fullish, and Hill is pushing it just wide of Van Buren, who picks up throws at the stumps, and Hill wasn't exactly sprinting in, and 1 or 2 hands went into the air. The throw missed, and it was well backed up. Made sure there were no overthrows, but would have required a decision of umpire Shunmugan. End of the over, 77 for 1 off 21.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been just about safe, but I'm not sure that he really expected Van Buren to let go of that as quickly as he did. He feels at mid-off a lot, does Van Buren, but he's not your usual mid-off fielder that you just think, well, he can probably push one to him, and if there's a fast bowler up there or something like that.
Glamorgan 8 down, and Chappell back in the attack, has picked up his 5th wicket. Crane.
Well, I talked him out then.
Well done, yes, you did.
Excellent. I hope Mr. Chappell shows his appreciation in the usual way. Here comes Zaman Akhtar from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Hill, cut away in the air, caught at point. That is a real bonus wicket for Gloucestershire. Having had a couple go down, they then gifted one. It wasn't the best ball that Akhtar has bowled, but Hill was jumping in the air as he tried to play the cut shot and has guided it into the hands of Miles Hammond at backward point. A good low catch, but it wasn't absolutely whistling at him. But it certainly needed to be held on to, given the fact Gloucestershire have put down a couple already. Hill departs for 5, Leicestershire 77 for 2.
Yeah, and Akhtar was he was cross with himself as he bowled the ball. As he dragged it down, you could see in his body language, oh. and he looked. He had the grace, in fairness, to look just slightly embarrassed. But bad balls take wickets, just as good balls do.
Goodness knows, I saw a couple of those in the second 11 game that have just happened. A couple of absolutely filthy full tosses, which ended up in wickets. And congratulations, by the way. I was hoping to bring this up in a slightly better situation for him. Not that he will have any idea, because he's out there playing at the moment. But congratulations to Ahmed Saeed, who picked up a 5-wicket haul in the first innings of that Essex second 11 game. His 4 other wickets were absolutely as you'd expect. LBW caught first slip, but his first wicket was an absolutely filthy full toss about, well, it must have been just below the waist, but very close, especially as I think the batter came down the pitch, so it might almost have been above waist high when it was actually hit up in the air. But, you know,
every club bowler knows a good high full toss is often a wicket-taking
for
ball.
all the good deliveries that you bowl that don't take wickets, you deserve the occasional bad one that takes one. Ajinkya Rahane at number 4.
Making his red ball debut for Leicestershire.
Yes, I noticed the last first-class game that he played was the Ranji Trophy final that he captained Mumbai to. Here he is facing Akhtar then, who bowls, and Rahane comes forward quietly, dabbing into the offside, but then there is not a single as he
pretty similar
for.
then, sort of situation. Wonder how many hundreds of how many were there in Mumbai. Was that been played in Mumbai? It probably would have been, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's a good point actually.
Don't worry, but
oh no,
I would imagine the atmosphere was slightly more febrile, shall we say?
Yes, it was at the MATCHDAY Stadium. Akhtar bowls, Rahane looks to drive and pounds it into the ground. It's only half stopped by Van Buren up at mid-off, so Rahane will pick up his first run. Get up to the non-striker's end, 78 for 2. I don't think you really want to be particularly belly-flopping onto the floor as Graham Van Buren did there. It's not the type of bit of fielding as the ball's bounding off one of those used strips.
The last time he came into bat here, Leicestershire were none for 2, weren't they?
Not particularly the bit of feeling you want anyway, but single take, and Akhtar bowls, strikes Holland on the pad, but Jack Chantry's one of those umpires, you know he's not going to give it out very soon. If he waits, then you have to be very careful, but yeah, going down the leg side, that was the initial feeling. The first chance for Gloucestershire to warm their lungs up for an LBW appeal, but didn't have very much going for it. And Jack Chantry, he looks straight down at the floor very quickly. If there's something obvious wrong with it, doesn't leave anybody in any doubt for too long. Akhtar bowls full and straight. Holland comes forward and defends out into the offside. Yeah, Mumbai versus Vidarbha, the final of the Ranji Trophy. Rahane got a half century in the second innings of that game.
Did they win it?
They did, yes. Prithvi Shaw, Shreyas Iyer, both playing for that Mumbai side, so perhaps they all got a package deal on the flight over. Here comes Akhtar, bowls left by Holland outside the off stump, and the end of a successful over from Akhtar in which the wicket was taken with his worst ball of it. 78 for 2 Leicestershire after 22 overs, and Gloucestershire just will be feeling that little bit better about things. They did win the toss after all and put Leicestershire in, and would have been expecting bowling conditions probably to be at their best, as they so often are at Bristol on the first day, so would have been hoping for some early wickets. They had to wait, had a couple of chances before those wickets were taken as well, but they have now removed Messrs Patel and Hill.
Well, Langer, after bowling 4 overs and taking 1 for 12, is coming off, slightly surprisingly, and he's being replaced by Ajit Singhdale. 7 overs, none for 17 for Singhdale, but he's had a bit of a break. He's coming on at the pavilion end in bright sunshine. Bowls to Rahane, who is forward on off stump, pushing it out towards extra cover.
In fact, he's not on the field anymore, is De Lange. Ed Middleton is on the field at mid-wicket, so hopefully fingers crossed there's nothing wrong there, and if there is, then we have to start raking up the discussion about this 1 month break that a lot of cricketers are having mid-season.
There wasn't anything obvious. He can sort of pull up at any stage, but we'll try and find out. In goes Singhdale, bowls outside off stump left by Rahane, who's well aware the whereabouts of his off stump, as in not bowling enough. Bowlers need to bowl.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And whilst I certainly don't want to start another discussion about the 100 in those terms, but I think one thing that has got still to be improved on is the link between the 100 and the One Day Cup in terms of players being released, that sort of thing.
Singdale bowls outside off stump, worked by Rahana out towards point, diving across to his right is the ground-loving Miles Hammond, making the stop, keeping Rahane in his crease.
I mean,
why didn't they ever release him then? Did they at all?
I don't know.
Because
I think it also, and what's very difficult to tell from the outside is that if the player wants to stay, and De Lange might have said, for all I know, I don't know whether this is the case or not, but I think that the player can say, actually, I'd rather stay with my teammates here for a month.
Singdale bowls, a little bit short, worked with fairly minimal foot movement by Rahana, but again, picking out Hammond at point, more or less straight to him on this occasion. He didn't need to go to ground.
And it's almost, in De Lange's case, particularly difficult to see that happening. I can't imagine De Lange being the sort of person that if you present him with a game of cricket to play in, that he's not going to say, let me at it, because that's the sort of person that he is. But you are being managed by different people. You are away from the same setup for a month. It can't be easy when you're not playing cricket.
Singdale bowls, Rahana leaves outside off stump. It's spilled by Bracey to his left, but no damage done to the Gloucestershire cause. He just
Was he on the floor again? What a surprise.
He underarmed the ball to Hammond, who flung himself forward to take it cleanly and dived forward.
I think they just do it deliberately, actually. Just lob one slightly short of him so he's got to dive.
Could have waited for it to bounce, but he didn't. De Lange's reappeared below us, so hopefully it was just a comfort break. In goes Singdale bowls, good line, good length, but Rahana calmly forward, blocking it out into the offside, and De Lange runs back on. So no harm, it seems, has occurred as far as De Lange is concerned. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Seems fine, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, there was nothing that really looked particularly untoward. I mean, I started off on a particular line, but I don't think did it quite reach. It could certainly reach that, but
okay.
No, I just think that it's not changing. The One Day Cup is still going to be played alongside whatever the 100 looks like next year, and then the year after that, all the way until the end of the current TV deal. Actor continues to Holland bowls, and he's played this one out into the onside in defence for no run. There's still the hands of the birthday boy at mid-off. Gloucestershire skipper clasped behind his head. Gloucestershire feeling they were nearly past that inside edge, but not this time. I just still feel that there needs to be more of a kind of an obvious, if such and such doesn't play for X number of games. As Actor bowls a full ball on the pads of Holland, he flicks it through square leg. Shouldn't go all the way to the boundary. De Lange is jogging, I would say rather gingerly after it, but then I suspect because he knows with the strength of his arm that there's no way they're coming back for a third run. So Holland has to content himself with 2. He's on to 24. Leicestershire 80 for 2. But I don't know. I just think that, you know, if it's okay, we're going to select this squad, but for the next, say, 2 games, something like that, we're only going to pick from this 13. Actor bowls and an on drive bounds up to mid on. There's no run, and of course, yes, you've got a substantial amount of travel involved for certain players. You know, somebody who's been picked for the Northern franchise who plays their cricket for team down south, for example. It's not easy, but you just feel that, at least in terms of setting it out clearly for supporters, that there needs to be more clear guidance in terms of players being released back to their counties, because at the end of the day we want to see the best cricket possible, and we want to see players not having, and if it's their choice that's another thing, but players not having to spend an entire month not playing cricket when, you know, there are quite a lot of months over the winter where quite a lot of them aren't playing cricket anyway. The umpires just had a look at the ball whilst that was going on and decided that the ball was fine, and that ball is also fine, and fine on the leg side off the pads of Holland. Has it actually been signalled runs in the end? It has. I thought it sounded a bit pad-like, but it has gone down fine of De Lange comfortably and down to the boundary for, in the end, 4 runs. So Holland collects his 4th boundary. He's up to 28. And Akhtar just straying a touch leg side-ish a couple of times in this over. Leicestershire up to 84 for 2. Akhtar in bowls, hand off the bat from Holland. It's played defensively and there's no run. Disturbing crashing noises in the back of the box as well. Sort of half expecting that entire air conditioning unit just to fall off the wall. The scoreboard's already had enough. I mean, it does helpfully tell us Leicestershire are batting.
Yes.
So in case anyone was in any doubt, it's Leicestershire who are batting, but unfortunately that scoreboard is an ex-scoreboard. Akhtar bowls down the leg side. I don't think it's touched anything other than pad in the end, so it went fine of Bracey and slams into the advertising board down below us. So an expensive over one way or another. 10 runs from it. Leicestershire 88 for 2. 24 overs have gone. So they'll be needing a new main scoreboard. At the moment there's one of those temporary ones down to our left which has all the information that we need on it. But yeah, I wonder what the new board is going to look like. How exciting. Perhaps we should just go back to a manual scoreboard. We could join Grace Road and Canterbury in terms of being a county with a manual scoreboard. We can get people on ladders operating it.
At times there are certain advantages. This is true. Singdale to continue from the pavilion end. Real challenge as he bowls to Rahane, who edges, and I think that carried to Bracey. Didn't take it, and it's gone between Bracey and first slip again. Can it have been a third chance that hasn't been taken by the keeper? Let us have a look. Did it carry? We will look at the replay. Clear edge. I think it did.
Yeah,
he had to go for it again. It was very similar to that first one, wasn't it, off Holland, when he had to dive in front of Charlesworth at first slip. But Singdale could not believe it. Are we going to mark that one down as a chance? Chance question mark.
Let's have a look. I mean, how early did Bracey see it? Not easy to tell when it's slowed down, because obviously it looks like there's an age before he moves. But
did he carry? Did it?
It would have carried, but it went wide of him.
Singdale in again to Rahane, straight, and Rahane blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. De Lange picks it up. There's no run, so chance question mark. Rahane on 1.
I don't know that that's an absolute chance. I think it's wide enough of Bracey that, I mean, if you're taking that one-handed, pretty much on the line of Charlesworth, it was never carrying to Charlesworth. That was even wider than the one that was off the fingertips earlier on, and even that would have been a belting catch.
Singdale is in, bowls on off stump, and Rahane just almost waiting in his crease, blocking it out into the offside. But the reaction of Singdale, I mean, it could have been frustration that it hadn't carried, but looking at Bracey now, And the reaction of Singdale
Yeah.
it implies that it carried and that he something on it. We might find out afterwards.
I just don't know how much further Bracey could have got across to his right, and he still didn't get there.
Singdale bowls and Rana looking to turn it off his pads. I don't think he got anything on that. It trickles out towards backward square. In comes Actor to field. Umpire Shumnagam raises his right knee and gives it a pat as he turns to the scorer. So just a leg by. 92 for 2.
A piece of news has come through here which I'm extremely sad about, actually, which is that John Holder has announced that today's edition of Ask the Umpire on Test Match Special is his last. However, they will be continuing the feature.
In goes. Oh, he's appealing for leg before. No, slips are down on their knees. Bracey's got his hands on his head. But it was this kind of late appeal from Singdale. Oh, jeepers, what was that missing?
If that hasn't been hit...
What was that missing?
I just think...
Back pad low right in front.
I almost wonder if Singdale didn't appeal that vociferously to start with, because he thought it was so obviously out that, I mean, my word, if he's not hit that...
He must have hit it. That is the only possible, in the umpire's opinion, he must have hit it, because that is, to me, the only possible explanation. So, Singdale, given what has happened in this over, must have steam coming out of his ears as he runs in to finish it. His 9th over. Holland jabs the delivery off stump out into the offside. The throw comes in, misses the stumps from Miles Hammond. Had it hit, it would have been very, very close. So 3 moments of real peril for Leicestershire in that over, and somehow they have survived them all.
I can't see the ball on that replay.
No, I hesitated because I was watching the wonderfully slowed down replay, waiting for the ball to flash past the stumps. But
perhaps what happened there was that the ball quantum tunnelled on the replay, as umpire Shanmugam knew it would have done when it hit quantum tunnelling.
Right.
You know, it's theoretically possible for the ball to have gone through the stumps without hitting them.
Okay.
So clearly that's assuming that he didn't hit it. That must be what umpire Shanmugam must have been thinking.
Is that like
about
Quantum Leap,
that
that programme when he went back in time as a different character?
Change of bowling for the Ashley Down Road end. It's Goodman in, and a flash and a miss outside the off stump from Holland. That was not an attractive shot, nor the right shot for the ball. It was on a pretty much a good length from Goodman, and Holland has tried to play a front foot extra cover drive and has had the ball bounce over the top of his edge. Well, no, basically when you get down to a quantum level, there's a sort of a point where distance becomes immaterial. Our concept of distance completely breaks down, so you can't tell exactly where something is, so it could actually have got within that distance of the stumps and then appeared the other side of the stumps without disturbing the bails. And I reckon that might be exactly what's happened there, or would have done.
Okay.
In comes Dom Goodman, 2 slips and that slip under the helmet, and he bowls a half volley, and that is driven for 4. That was the delivery that Holland seemed to think the previous ball was going to be, and then Goodman offered up the exact delivery that Holland thought he was going to get last time, and that time he puts the middle of the bat on it and drives it away for 4. 98 for 2. Holland on to 33 from 77 deliveries, but thanks to Rishi Patel especially, Leicestershire's run rate is very healthy. Goodman bowls, and with a bit of a leap there, Holland push drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think going back to that previous Singdale over as well, and that edge of Rahane especially, you're kind of thinking, well, how many opportunities, even half-quarter chances are we going to get rid of Rahane early? Goodman bowls very wide outside the off stump, and umpire Chantry is fine with that in terms of line, but not sure Holland would have been able to do much more than just about reach it if he decided to play a shot at it. But in any case, was better off letting it go. Goodman into Holland, and that's watched through behind the stumps. Actually, one thing I didn't mention from the scores elsewhere, Lancashire 168 for 6 in the 50th over. Rocky Flintoff making his first class debut for Lancashire today at 16 years of age. What were you doing at 16? Well, it's quite scary that people could be making their first class debuts at the Oval against the defending champions at that sort of an age. Goodman bowls down the leg side. Gloucestershire are throwing the ball up in the air, but umpire Chantry is unmoved, and I think that time Gloucestershire certainly trying it on. And when I say Jack Chantry was unmoved, just did his usual look down, not out, move on, end of the over.
Goodman didn't appeal, did he? It was all from behind the stumps.
Rocky Flintoff made 32 for Lancashire on debut. Lancashire 170 for 6. Tom Hartley is out in the middle with bat in hand at the moment. So defending champions, current leaders, looking pretty good already.
Singdale starting his 10th over now, none for 22 bowls. Foolish and on the legs of Rahane, he likes it there, clips it away towards deep mid wicket. Won't get there, the rope on that side of the ground, the sort of east side of the ground, is as far back as any of the boundaries for this game, and so Rahane has to settle for a couple. Wicketless at the moment, Singdale, but not sure how after that last over. Ground bathed in sunshine as Singdale is in, bowled a little bit short, straight though, up on his toes, or on the back foot anyway, as Rahane blocking it down towards point. In from gully comes Chris Dent. The bearded Dent claps his hands together. Seeing if anybody's on the balcony of the flats.
Are you hoping for some more action on the balconies, were you?
I was just saying if anybody was out there, just is that a couple on there? I can't quite see through the, is it just the seats? Look like they might have a body or two in them, but otherwise pretty much unoccupied at the moment. Singdale is in to Rahane, who is feeling for one outside off stump, and hands start to go into the air, but no edge taken.
It'll just improve Singdale's mood, I'm sure. Just another one past the edge, some encouragement from down below. I must say, I thought he might have nicked that one from up here, because we're back in our position behind glass, and it did just look as if it deviated a fraction, and it kind of did after it passed him, but not because of the edge.
No, not quite behind the bowler's arm. We're at wide, well, long off really. In goes Singdale, hits the pad of Rahane, but going a long way down the leg side. Hands on heads again, particularly behind the stumps. The appeal started to go up, but Singdale immediately, I think, knew it had done too much. Beat the bat, beat it by too much.
Zaman Akhtar just threw that ball up to De Lange left-handed, but from the action of the left arm throw, I'm not sure that Akhtar is going to be doing a Ben Kellaway or a Kamindu Mendes and bowling left arm and right arm.
Okay, well, it looked a bit awkward, didn't it? In goes Singdale, bowls short and just leaning to one side. Rahane lets it go over his right shoulder. Most of the catering franchises seem to be open today. Your burgers, your coffee, your donuts, your ice creams, all available, and of course the cafes below us. Or cafe below us. Good place to watch cricket from. It's got a nice terrace on top as well. I don't know if they can get there from the cafe actually. In goes Singdaon, bowls a little bit short in towards the sort of thigh pad of Rahane, who is just struggling for a little bit of fluency or timing at the moment. Comes off the thigh pad, drops out into the onside, but as he said, patience is the key. He said it always, when you're batting in England, it's all about conditions and being patient. And he said the runs will come, the runs will come. End of the over. 100 for 2, Leicestershire. Rahane has 7 off 18. Holland. Not been a tortured innings, 33 off 81. Laboured, perhaps, but he's still there and he's still occupying the crease and still getting that ball that little bit softer each time.
I mean, it's a lovely sentiment, but I don't think the runs would come for somebody like me, for example.
No, for him, yeah, I guess he's, yeah. I'm not sure he was talking generally.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's lovely to have as a kind of a platitude that if you just stay patient, the runs come in. They don't if you can't play any shots. Yeah. If you don't have the ability to actually play a shot. Here comes Goodman with that wristband or sweatband on his left arm, and oh my word, that seemed to have stayed a bit low there. And Holland has somehow managed to get some bat on that inside edge, I think onto pad, out into the offside. Did that stay low or did it
just late on it?
Yeah,
I mean, it didn't get up much, no, but
it wasn't an extravagant sort of p-rolling ball keeping low like we saw from Shoaib Bashir yesterday.
Might have got on the front foot to it as well, just a bit late.
Goodman in. Holland is squirting this one down fine on the offside. The ball won't go to the boundary, and Miles Hammond has, well, he's gone down into the slide to field the ball and then sent in a rocket over the head of James Bracey, who just about managed to get a fingertip on it, but I suspect not exactly what he needed after he's been attempting to dive for various catching opportunities. 2 runs taken, Holland onto 35. Goodman bowls to him, and that one stays down low, misses leg stump, misses Bracey, and goes for 4 byes. So the runs really starting to come now, one way or another, for Leicestershire, and that was just misdirected from Tom Goodman. And Bracey tried to launch himself to his left but couldn't get to the ball. 106 for 2.
There's still 50.5 overs left to be bowled today.
Gosh.
At 3:15.
Tea in another 35 minutes. 20-minute break, and then another 2-hour and a long time session. Short ball pulled round the corner by Holland down to Marchant de Lange. Long leg. They've got 2 fielders out there now for the short delivery, and it is something which Goodman has had some joy with this year, bowling that short ball. And the square boundary, particularly to that side of the ground towards the car park and the temporary scoreboard, long enough that it would take a mighty hit to clear it. Holland to 36 with that single, 107 for 2. Goodman bowls to Rahane, and that's let go past off stump. Down to 2 slips. Now Gloucestershire, not really been many signs that a ball would particularly carry to them anyway, but you've kind of got to have them in. Perhaps the odd one that just leaps. If you're lucky enough that that was the one that took the edge. Goodman to Rahane, tucked off the pads to forward square leg. Running round is Ben Charlesworth to field, but Rahane comes through for a single, so another good over for Leicestershire there. 8 runs from it, 4 via the extras column, and it's 108 for 2 after 28 overs. James Healy, who's operating the cameras for us on the live stream, he keeps looking. Every time I look to my left, he's looking nervously up towards the air conditioning box again. Any moment now, I'm expecting to feel this cold trickle on the back of my neck.
As long as it's not a sort of tidal wave, as it finally breaks the dam, we might survive. Looks glorious out there at the moment. Lots of blue sky, bright sunshine illuminating the pristine whites. Nice to see out there. After months of coloured clothing, 108 for 2 as Singdale sticking at it bravely. 10 overs, none for 24, 3 maidens as he runs in and bowls to Ajinkya Rahane, who is very correct on the back foot as he blocks that one back down the pitch towards Singdale, who picks the ball up and lobs it to Van Buren, who in turn throws it to De Lange to do the polishing. Umpire Sean McGann comes out from behind the stumps, just marks the crease again with the toe of his trainers. I think the umpires get trainers as well amongst all the kit that they do get, and they do get a lot of kit, the umpires. Singdale bowls on off stump again. Minimal movement, unfussy batsman is Rahane. Sort of neat, unfussy, undemonstrative, just blocks it out into the offside, immediately turns away and goes through his little routine.
Actually, things do seem to happen when we're together in this commentary box. Last year we had the fire alarm that went off.
Oh, we did, yes.
In the middle of play.
Indeed.
Everybody had to evacuate.
Go outside onto the pitch. Did the fire brigade arrive in the end, or was it? I don't think they did.
I think it was some sort of a fault rather than a. It wasn't an actual fire, but it wasn't a drill either. It was sort of imagining various faulty towers situations with somebody running back into the building. It's not fire, it's only bell, but it was actually.
Singdale bowls on off stump, and again Rahane with that. You describe him as a minimalist batsman. Everything is very correct, but there's nothing sort of really obvious, no big strides, never anything excessive about any of his movements. It's all neat and tidy and unfussy and calm and quick. Quick hands when he needs them, but a lot of batsmen will be watching him with care and perhaps learning from the economy of movement, perhaps, as Singdale is in, bowls fullish and he leans forward, doesn't really put his weight into the drive, steers it out to Van Buren, it bounces up to Graham Van Buren at extra cover. Dent's bowled a lot of looseners with his left arm spin at Gully, but I think it's just instinctive. He's most unlikely to bowl.
Yeah, I think he'd gone back to bowling spin rather than seam. There was a while last season when he was bowling a few seam up deliveries, but I think he bowled a bit in one of the second 11 matches earlier this season. Was back to bowling his left arm spin.
Singdale bowls, and again Rahane looking to drive, but no real intent. A bit more of a follow through on that occasion. Didn't quite middle it. Stopped again by Van Buren. De Lange comes bouncing across from mid on. Chuntering away to Van Buren. Just the 4 overs for De Lange. One assumes he's alright. Perhaps that's just the number he wanted to bowl. 1 for 12 from those. And they were probably the most threatening of the Gloucestershire seamers overs so far. That's going to be 4 as Singdale drops a little bit short onto the body of Rahane, who swivels and whips it away down to fine leg, really, as much as long leg. There is a long leg, but across the boundary a good 15 yards inside him, so to speak. It was all wrist and speed of movement, and Singdale was already turning away as the ball whistled down to fine leg for 4. End of the over. That was a slightly tired delivery, I suspect.
He's going off now, actually, anyway, is Singdale walking off towards the dressing room. I don't know whether that was a ball where he was just trying something different for a last ball or whether it's just gone horribly wrong, but certain amount of frustration, I suspect, in that delivery as well, because he's bowled really nicely, 11 overs of 28, and
he deserves a
should
wicket.
have a wicket by now, one way or another. Goodman continuing for now, though, bowling full and straight to Holland, who covers up and plays it back to the bowler. Update on that second 11 game, by the way, at Rockhampton. Gloucestershire seconds have managed to take 3 wickets since the last update. Essex seconds require 57 to win, with 3 wickets in hand, so boiling up to a exciting conclusion there. Zafar Gohar has picked up a couple of wickets, 4 for 69 his figures now read. Goodman in here to Holland, who plays a forward defence, and there is no run. Tom Price also picking up his first wicket, and it was Price who broke that partnership between Messrs Fernandez and Seagrave. Ben Allison 40 not out from 34 delivery, so keep an eye on that. Goodman in here too. Holland, no ball, away swinger. It was a bit of swing there, but nothing too much to trouble Holland, and the extras column continues to rise. We've had everything bar a wide now, and I think that is up to 14 extras. Saw a lot of extras in the fixture at Grace Road between these two sides earlier this season. Goodman bowls down the leg side and flicked away to Middleton at long leg. Single is taken. Quite a leg side dominant field for Ian Holland, but there's no leg slip in place, so he can just flick it fine off his pads like that without really any bother. 37 to Holland, 115 for 2. Had a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a forward square and a long leg. But for Rahane, mid-wicket goes into a third slip. But Ollie Price hasn't bothered with the helmet this time. Still standing pretty close though. Goodman into Rahane, who is forward, nudging away into the offside. There is no run there. In the Test match, England have just reduced the deficit below 100, but are 137 for 4. Both Fernandos have all 4 wickets, 3 to Asitha and 1 to Vishwa. Joe Root made 42, but he is out. Harry Brook on 29 and Jamie Smith on 7, the 2 not out batters. Goodman bowls. Oh, that's lifted, and that's been brilliantly caught at second slip by Cameron Bancroft, and he had to go in front of Charlesworth to take that catch, or it would not have carried. Dom Goodman has the breakthrough with a bit of bounce, and it is a huge wicket of Ajinkya Rahane just catching the shoulder of the bat, and Bancroft launches himself in front of first slip and takes it one-handed, 115 for 3.
Yeah, and Rahane walks off shaking his left hand, caught the glove, so that extra little bit of bounce and a super catch. It did rather loop, so he had time to sort of pick up the flight of the ball, so to speak, but it would have dropped well short of first slip, and Bancroft one-handed to his left, made sure Goodman got the reward that arguably, he whispers, Singdale deserved. But Goodman's the one to pick up the wicket. Such is cricket sometimes, Singdale is perhaps thinking.
Yeah, I mean, Goodman, it's probably not been his best 10 overs that he's bowled this season. Economy rate would probably tell you that, even if he hadn't watched the overs that he's bowled. There's been a few deliveries which have been over pitched, a few which have been short and wide, and when Goodman's on the money you don't get very much of that. And particularly Rishi Patel made him pay. But there, he's found a good spot on the pitch, which I'm sure the Leicestershire camp and analysts will be thinking, if we can just land the ball there. That has been the length where Goodman has looked the most dangerous today, more so actually than when he's been looking to pitch it up and target the pads. But tremendously caught by Bancroft. As you say, it was looping, so he had time to get across. But considering you've already seen one catch which nobody went for, the fact that he made that move decisively and got the reach that he did meant that the catch was taken. Rahane gone for 12, and out comes Peter Hanscom facing Goodman. Bowls to Hanscom, drives slightly in the air, but it was right between backward point and cover and is away to the boundary first ball. So Hanscom underway immediately with a boundary. 119 for 3, 30 overs bowled.
He is in extraordinary form, Peter Hanscom, or at least was the white ball. Last 4 innings, 111 against Somerset, 74 against Hampshire, 65 not out here against Gloucestershire, 103 against Glamorgan. 3 centuries in the One Day Cup, finished as the top run scorer in the competition. And in pretty good nick in the county championship as well when he has batted. But he is only playing this game and next week in Cardiff, and then he has to return to Victoria. De Lange's back in and bowls, and again Holland is taking his right hand off the bat as it just climbs on, gets bigger on him than he expected, and shakes off his right fingers, having pushed the ball away from his body into the onside. So De Lange, like Goodman, getting that little bit of extra something.
I did notice actually they were playing, I think it was a women's test at Gold Coast at the moment. So they're already playing cricket in Australia.
De Lange is in fuller this time and calmly turned off his legs by Holland down towards Goodman at long leg. He takes his single, moves on to 38.
Pretty sure I saw that on the live scoreboard, but it seems to have disappeared. Yeah, there we go. Started today. I can't remember them playing that sort of cricket in August in Australia before. Maybe they have done, but that feels extraordinarily early. They do seem to be going back earlier and earlier, the Australian players, but cricket in Australia in August.
De Lange bowls, hurries Hanscom a little bit. He quite often looks a bit hurried, Peter Hanscom. He goes back, pushes that one out to mid-wicket. There is no run. He's not like Rahane in that respect, but just as effective in his own way. If not more so recently. De Lange is in, bowls to him again. He's waiting on the back foot, foolish delivery. Pushes it down the wicket to the South African, who throws it sideways towards Van Buren. Drops short of the South African, who doesn't, unlike Hammond, fling himself forward.
Of members of the Leicestershire playing staff reclining down there, basking in the glorious Bristol conditions. Down to our left, Rishi Patel down there.
De Lange is in, outside off stump, quick-ish delivery. Charlesworth was impressed by it as it rose into the gloves of Bracey, allowed to do so by Hanscom. Lewis Hill,
Patel, yeah,
the two out batsmen. Or 2 of the out batsmen. Rahane still in the changing room.
So it looks as if he's in quite a Roman pose, is Rishi Patel, so he needs a bunch of grapes next to him.
Yeah, they both are rather. In goes De Lange, outside off stump. This time Hanscom does play, but defensively drops it out to backward point. And there is no run. End of the over. 120 for 3 off 31. They haven't been in each other's company for a while, I suppose. Rishi Patel's been away at the 100 and playing for the franchise in Birmingham occasionally, just a couple of appearances Lewis Hill obviously has been thoroughly engaged in the One Day Cup.
Not bad enough.
Bit damp underneath.
That's what I would have thought, really. That's why I was particularly surprised to see that posture assumed. Anyway, Holland it will be to face up to Goodman, who should have his tail up, having taken the wicket in the previous over, and he'll be, as much as he might be annoyed with some of the deliveries that he's sent down, he'll be delighted with the dismissal. To get Rahane out, one thing, but really earned it as well.
I have news for you from Australia, from one of our Australian correspondents.
Ooh.
They've been playing in Queensland, he says, for over a month.
Gosh. Goodman bowls to Holland, and there won't be a run as it's guided to backward point.
And he adds that they now play all winter in Darwin, and a lot more Aussie club players go and play in Darwin instead of going to England.
Right. Well, of course, anywhere in Australia would be superior to coming to England.
Financially, or...?
It's lovely up there. It's not been myself. As Goodman bowls, it's flicked away by Holland backward of square on the onside. Up comes Singdale from the boundary rope to field, and one more run taken, 121 for 3. No, I'd imagine it's wonderful, and yeah, I think you can get a train up there, can't you? One of those.
I believe trains have reached Australia.
Tourist train. all right. But what I mean is, most people would probably fly. Goodman bowls full on drive from Hanscom. He had to peer round Holland to see whether it had got past, and then Hart would have not exactly sunk, but he would have hoped that might have got past mid-on, but it didn't. De Lange put his body on the line.
No, I know what you mean. I mean, the distances are so vast. Does the guard go up there?
Yeah, that was the one I was wondering about, but maybe that's is that the east-west one? I can't remember now. I'm sure we'll get told soon. That's left by Hanscom outside the off stump.
I'm pretty sure it goes up to the centre. The
Garn, Adelaide to Darwin. Yeah,
there we go.
Thought it sounded right.
I know a few of the England cricketers in the more adventurous days have taken the Garn just to see a little bit more of Australia, but
looks like a great experience. Then comes Goodman, bowls, and Hanscom tries to turn this one through the leg side, doesn't really time it, and it's fielded at mid-wicket for no run.
Yes, and it is confirmed by our Australian correspondent, the Garn, Ghan.
Imagine it doesn't come cheap, but it just feels like one of those railway journeys you've got to do at some point.
Bucket list job, isn't it?
Can't really be doing the Trans-Siberian at the moment, but that would have been another. Goodman is in bowls, let go wide of off by Hanscom. Well judged leave, and just the one run from that Goodman over. So just under a quarter of an hour left until the tea break. Leicestershire 121 for 3 wickets for De Lange, Actor and Goodman, and no wickets for, well, having said that, probably in terms of somebody who's bowled more overs, somebody who would certainly deserve one in Singdale, but De Lange did bowl an excellent first 4-over spell as well, but certainly the fact that Singdale has gone wicketless is nothing to do with the quality of the deliveries that he sent down.
De Lange, who has been top quality, is in, bowls fullish to Holland, who leans forward, blocks a delivery out to mid-on. No run. Holland 39 off 94, strike rate 41 and a half. It's been hard going for Holland, but he's doing a very good job for his side. But Gloucestershire have got a little bit of sort of control back on the scoreboard. Didn't lose control as De Lange is in, thick outside edge. That's going to run down to third man 4-4. Rishi Patel is going to save. Miles Hammond running all the way to the advertising hoardings in front of the left hand block of the flats as we look at them. I know they're all named after former Gloucestershire greats, but the order of their naming, I look in vain to my leaning on a broken reed.
Hammond, Graveney, and There are
four,
yeah, there are. I think the middle one is split in two.
Okay.
Yeah.
In goes De Lange and bowls thick outside edge again. It's going to run down towards third man. This time not quite as far. It may be diving across to his right that Dent got half a hand on that to slow it down. It maybe just took too much of the bat. So Holland has to settle for one on that occasion. He's into the 40s though now, onto 44, 126 for 3. De Lange 1 for 18 now from his 5.5 overs. Bowls foolish outside off stump and draws Hanscom forward into a push. Looked to me like his bat was sort of tucked behind his front pad a little bit. He doesn't sell the bowler a dummy in the way that Mark Cosgrove of very fond memories used to do, because he used to deliberately play sort of half a second or a second late at the ball. Making the bowler think he'd beaten him, but as that one is defended on off stump by Hanscom and picked up, and De Lange throws it. I thought he was going to hang on to that for a second, but he threw it to his captain to do the polishing and has a chat to his teammate as he heads back down to the top of his mark. Singdale batting a long way across Hanscom again, isn't he? It looks to be batting outside off stump.
Yeah, his back toe is level with off stump.
De Lange is in. He just gives himself a touch of room as he goes back there, Hanscom. He's probably in the perfectly correct position when he plays it and drops it out into the offside. End of the over. 126 for 3 remains the score. 33 overs have been bowled. 45 remain to be bowled today.
Excellent. Nice extended evening session. County Championship welcoming itself back with a nice 7:15 finish. But no, very good to have 4-day cricket back, and tomorrow the forecast looks to be pretty good actually. There's rain forecast overnight, but at this point it looks as though it's going to be moving through, and we should have sunshine again tomorrow. Change of bowling for the Ashley Down Road, and back comes Zaman Akhtar and bowls full and is on driven by Holland, and De Lange has given up the chase. It's too short and too quick down there, and the only thing that was going to stop that was possibly the stumps at the non-strikers end, and it was well away from that. So Holland with probably his most attractive boundary there. Akhtar did his best to try and sprawl across, but was never getting there, and Ian Holland within 2 runs now of a half century. 130 for 3. Akhtar bowls, wayward delivery down the leg side, which Bracey tidies up this time and saves there being more extras.
My correspondent down under says he has a friend who took the Garn. Took about 30 hours, and after, quote, 2 or 3 hours everything looked exactly the same, and it was the most boring experience of his life. But
okay. There is quite a lot of flat outback, isn't there? Who comes? Akhtar tries at Yorker, it's flicked fine and almost knocks Singdale over at long leg, as Holland used a lot of the pace on that ball. Just a single at
I used to have to fly to Australia to cover the Formula 1. I remember the first time sort of crossing the sort of northern beaches and, you know, flying whatever, and you get it, and everything goes sort of red below the desert, and it stays that way for 6 hours basically, and then you land in Melbourne or wherever.
Akhtar to Hanscom, who leans forward and holds the pose for a while as he defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. Despite as badly as things went for Glamorgan this morning, they're not the first side to be bowled out, and in fact they might even surpass the total of Kent, who've been bowled out for 171 by Worcestershire at New Road. 6 for 52 for Joe Leach. Akhtar in, again he's trying the Yorker, but it's on more leg stump than anything else.
Trying to
Hanscom
bowl
digs it out
Hanscom
into the
behind his
onside.
legs if he's batting right across, but
Yeah, it might be a plan.
I don't think I've ever seen it happen with Hanscom. He's a little bit too old a hand, I think, to be drawn fully across in that respect.
Last ball of this comeback over from Actor. He bowls. Oh, that stays down a bit, and Hanscom has to get down low. But I guess the one thing that you at least know is that if a ball does keep low on a pitch here, you tend to be in a fairly low position anyway. So that's just the difference between getting the toe end on it and nothing at all. So Hanscom keeps it out, but a testing delivery from Actor. 131 for 3 at the end of that over. So Glamorgan's still batting. See if I can talk the last wicket down there. But Van der Guchten has 46 not out. And the New Zealander, who we're all really excited about, Fraser Sheet, made 18.
De Lange is in full and wide and half volley and driven away by Ian Holland, tucked into that one, and De Lange raises a hand in apology to his teammates, and that is 50 for Ian Holland. A really valuable knock from the Hampshire loanee, and I think he was very grateful for that delivery. He's hit 8 fours and it's come off exactly 100 balls.
Yeah, well batted, Ian Holland. He's had a lot of the hard graft to do, and he's done it very well, and in fact seen all his other partners before Hanscom come and go.
De Lange is in. That's foolish as well, but it's straight and looking to on drive. Just had to check the shot slightly. There was a little bit of swing to it, he says, Ian Holland, and ended up blocking it out to mid on. He should have been dismissed on 3. Ian Holland. Put down by the keeper, diving to his right off the bowling of Ajit Singh Dale. In goes De Lange, bowls and squared up slightly, but he's whisper it, Leicestershire supporters, beginning to look a little bit more fluent and technically correct at the crease, if you like, Ian Holland. As you would hope after facing sort of 100 balls. Been a really hard-working innings. De Lange is in, bowls to him. He just leans forward, blocks it down towards backward point. Hammond doesn't take the ball cleanly. It sort of bounces off his hands to his left, and he Tigger-like bounces after it. Doesn't concede any extra runs, but things happen when Hammond is fielding, one way or another.
He's had one ball come to him in the air there at backward point.
Courtesy of Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's captain. In goes De Lange, bowls, and Holland back foot defensive shot, very solid. Back down the wicket on the onside, and there's no run. Charlesworth's winging his hands at first slip, unlikely, but you never know. Back goes mid-wicket to deep square. It does this occasionally, De Lange. All the way to the boundary? Yes, all the way to the boundary.
I haven't seen that many real bumpers.
No.
It's been the bluff every time so far.
Tom Goodman it is out there as De Lange goes in and bowls, and it is a touch short, but only onto the sort of hip of Holland, and he goes back and calmly turns the ball down to long leg and takes a single, keeps the strike. He moves on to 54, 136 for 3 Leicestershire. How long till tea? 4 minutes? One more over? Maybe 2. Gloucestershire sort of jogging between innings in the hope of squeezing in the extra over, perhaps. Spin before tea, 1 over.
Oh, I can't stand
It's
it, but
the law.
it has to happen, doesn't it? It drives me up the wall, that, but no, I don't know. Did you say Charlesworth was?
It seemed well. He was just.
Yeah, maybe he's just staying loose. I mean, he has bowled now this season, but might be an option. suspect probably be these two to see Gloucestershire through to tea at least, though. Actor into Holland, who jabs it out to cover where Dent fields and then wings the ball straight away up to Van Buren up at mid-off. So Gloucestershire at least have some designs on trying to get through this extra over. Cue misbehaving shoelaces and spots on the pitch that need to be tapped out. Actor bowls to Holland, who on pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. Actually, as well as Holland seeing the ball, he probably wouldn't particularly want to get off. Quite happy out there. Well, maybe he wants a break, I don't know, but certainly isn't looking like somebody that would want their rhythm to be disturbed. 136 for 3, still 3 slips in place. Actor into Holland, worked through the onside, finds the gap between forward square leg and mid-on, running out towards the boundary. Goodman's giving it hot pursuit, goes into the slide, keeps it in, and in fact does more than that, stops them from coming back for a third. He's kept that down to 2, which I certainly didn't think would have been possible when he set off for that. It looked like 4 or 3 at least. It's not the shortest boundary towards wide long on. Holland to 56, 138 for 3. Does have 1 century against Gloucestershire in his career, as I mentioned. Gloucestershire try and prize him out well before that. Full ball, temptingly floated outside the off stump by Actor, but to no avail in forcing Holland into a shot.
I think this will be the last over before tea, won't it? It's
yeah.
Pretty much 10-2 now.
Glamorgan have now been bowled out for 168. Ned Leonard, who's on loan from Somerset, the last man out, to Jack Morley, who's on loan from Lancashire. Actor bowls inside edge, squeezes past the stumps off a bit of pad between his legs, I think. That ball went. Falling pretty straight from Actor, just about getting some bat on that Holland, enough to keep it out. I'm not going to make myself popular here, but this loan system, the way it's gone. Actor wide of the crease. This is jammed out through the offside by Holland, and there's a fielder back at a fairly deep backward point. Hammond who fields, and a single is added, so Holland will keep the strike. And in fact, that is tea. Yeah, 350 on the dot. So Leicestershire will go into tea at 139 for 3. Marginally the happier of the two sides?
When you've been put in, I think so.
Yeah.
Probably. And the pitch hasn't misbehaved as much as I'm sure Gloucestershire would have preferred to see. Holland is there and established. Yes, Rahana's gone, but Hanscom's still there. Plenty of batting to come. I think, yeah, probably the session as a whole, 60-40, something like that, Leicestershire. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Gloucestershire will certainly know that if they can take early wickets in that evening session, then they have every chance of making it a good day. Likewise, though, being such a long evening, what have we got? Still 42 overs left. It's a long session to be in the field for, so if wickets don't come, in the first hour or so, then there's every chance that Leicestershire could really get away from Gloucestershire even in this one session. So it could be a really important evening session. Gloucestershire will rue some missed opportunities. They could have Leicestershire in further trouble than they are. Holland on 57 not out, having had at least a half chance dropped when he was on 3. Rishi Patel's, well, I say drop, it wasn't really. It went right between keeper and first slip. That only cost 5 runs. Patel, first man to go, got a beauty from Delanger on a good length, feathered one through to Brace. He was out for 47. Lewis Hill cut Zaman Akhtar to Hammond at backward point for 5. And an enormous wicket for Dom Goodman, getting a Jinky Rahane, a ball that rose up off a pretty full length. Caught Rahane on the glove and it looped up to Bancroft, who took a superb diving one-handed catch at second slip in front of first slip. Rahane gone for 12. Holland and Hanscom at the crease, and we'll be together again after tea with Leicestershire 139 for 3. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes.
In the field, the Gloucestershire side, including Edmondson, who's out as a fielding substitute for Ajit Singh Dale. And resuming for Leicestershire, their fourth wicket pair of number 22, Ian Holland, and number 54, Peter Hanscom.
And welcome back to Bristol for this extended evening session between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire in Division 2 of the County Championship. 42 overs due to be bowled in this evening session, and myself, Ed Seaborn, and Richard Ray here to bring it to you. Richard off temporarily to do an update for the good folks of BBC Radio Leicester. So Leicestershire 139 for 3. Marchand de Lange bowling the first ball of this lengthy evening session from the pavilion end, and bowls it down the leg side to Ian Holland, who flicks at it and misses it. Holland, the mainstay of this Leicestershire innings so far, 57 from now 112 deliveries, 8 boundaries. He's had to work hard, but he's grafted his way through it so far as de Lange bowls. Nice looking drive from Holland, but he will not get a run as Van Buren cuts it off at mid-off and then furiously polishes the ball that Gloucestershire have already tried to have changed once, so they won't want to be asking for it to be changed again unless they're absolutely certain that it should be changed, as Holland drops that one out into the offside and Hammond cuts it off from backward point. It was de Lange, as so many times this season, that opened the door for Gloucestershire a little in that first real session with that wicket of Rishi Patel. 1 for 23, de Lange's figures in his 8th over. Still 3 slips but no gully as de Lange bowls, and that's tucked away by Holland slightly awkwardly in the air for a small amount of time, but nothing more than that. Fielded out at mid-wicket. So Patel, first man to go for 47. Lewis Hill with a misplaced cut shot that found the hands of Miles Hammond. A decent low catch at backward point off the bowling of Actor for 5. As de Lange bowls a short ball, uppercut by Holland over the top of the cordon, and that has gone the distance. It's not a long boundary at the deep third position, and it's been chucked back out of the first row of seats. You saw that one early, did Holland. He hasn't, despite what a lot of people would tend to think is Marchand de Lange's calling card, and he's not actually banged that many deliveries in today. That was one of the few that he really tried to get up above the head, but Holland sending it all the way with the uppercut. This time he forces a shot off the back foot, times it well, but picks out Hammond at backward point. Will be a bit cross there because that was another scoring opportunity for Ian Holland to end that over. 145 for 3 at the end of that first over after the tea break.
Holland, having made the stop on his knees, stayed on his knees for quite a long time. He does love the ground. And being close to it. Well, we speculated before tea that Charlesworth might be going to come on. And he is going to come on to bowl the first over after tea from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. He has bowled no overs so far in the county championship.
No.
Not one as he bowls, and a respectable delivery that is pushed out into the offside by Peter Hanscom, who sort of wanders with head down towards short leg before moving back to take guard. The red bales really standing out at the moment.
Thank goodness for that.
Indeed. In goes Charlesworth and bowls down the leg side. Gestured at by Hanscom. Taken by Bracey, obviously moving to his left. If he'd got anything on that, that would have been down to fine leg. The photographer would have been in the game down there.
Nothing to do with my choice of insurance broker, of course, but those green bales were hard to see sometimes, especially on certain grounds last year.
The red much more visible. The sponsor's pink, if you like. Charlesworth bowls straight and Hanscom is leaning forward, just angles the bat and defence, pushes the delivery out to mid-wicket. No run. Lovely afternoon now, it's quite warm out there.
It's certainly going to be warm in here by the end of the session.
I fear so, but on the other hand, we're unlikely to be flooded. The aircon having been switched off, as Charlesworth is in and bowls outside off stump, and Hanscom trying to, I think, steer it away down to third man. Simply misses it. The minimal foot movement from Hanscom, and might just have been a little bit of movement off the seam for Charlesworth there.
Yeah, maybe it came back a fraction. He was beaten on the inside edge in the end. Hanscom was almost in more danger of chopping it onto his stumps than being caught behind.
Could have inside edged it on. Chopped on, as you say. And goes Charlesworth. Bustling run outside off stump. That is the attempted outswinger. Starts wide. Might just have shaped a fraction wider. Allowed through by Hanscom. He remains on 4. He's, like Holland, playing himself in 4 of 20 balls for Peter Hanscom, who, as well as his success in the One Day Cup, has been sort of equally effective, almost equally effective in the county championship for Leicestershire. 641 runs by a margin, the highest run getter. In goes Charlesworth, bowls. Hanscom looking to drive down on one knee, makes no connection. So that was a perfectly decent and interesting first over. A maiden from Ben Charlesworth, and beat the bat a couple of times in varying ways.
Yeah, I mean, he can certainly be a handy option, Charlesworth, because sometimes you just think maybe his slightly lesser pace might, compared with the other 4 seamers for Gloucestershire, might just allow the ball to do that little bit more, and almost possibly be a bit encouraging for some of the Leicestershire bowlers as well, to see what it might do more in that sort of early 70s, mid 70s, rather than late 70s into the 80s. Marchant de Lange to continue, bowls a good short delivery, which Holland ducks underneath, but he had to. Well directed, but allowed to go through to Bracey.
2 centuries for Hanscom in the championship this season. At Lords against Middlesex, of course, and at home to Glamorgan. 2 scores in the 90s as well. 99 against Northamptonshire.
Down to 2 slips now. De Lange bowls another short delivery that doesn't get up a huge amount, and Holland rather sways out of the way of that rather than ducks.
92 at Hove against Sussex, against Gloucestershire. 11 and 81 at the Upton Steel County Ground.
Yeah, that rather bizarre game that the 2 sides played out earlier in the season, where Gloucestershire broke the record for the county in terms of an innings score, 706 for 6 declared, as opening the face to this one as De Lange pitches it up more, and Holland steers it out to backward point where there is no run, and then Gloucestershire trying desperately to take 20 Leicestershire wickets, got close but not close enough, had 2 days plus a session. Particularly the efforts of Scott Curry as the night watchman in that first innings defied them. De Lange runs in and bowls, and Holland is in line with that one and playing defensively up the pitch. It was a very different Gloucestershire bowling attack that played in that particular game. They were missing most of the components of the attack which had taken to the field and beaten Northamptonshire in the previous round. And already they'd had the hamstring injuries to Actor and Goodman at that stage, so they were unavailable for that game, and Marchant, De Lange and Singdale rested as well. De Lange bowls another short delivery, but Holland again has nothing to do with that as he gets down into a low position underneath it. Matt Taylor returned in that game. That was his comeback game from the toe issue that had bugged him for so long, not just this season but last season. Thankfully over that now, but groin strain keeping him out of at least certainly this game, and we'll see beyond that. De Lange is in bowls and tapped defensively out to backward point, so mixed bag in terms of length in that over from De Lange, but no mistakes in the execution of the length that he chose, and that is his second maiden over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29, 145 for 3. Leicestershire just looking to get through this. Well, I'm not saying that's all they're looking to do, but if they can get through this first 45 minutes or so after the tea break, that may well go a long way to deciding the day in their favour if they can do that.
Hanscom awaits the arrival at the crease of Charlesworth, bowls him a full toss. Hanscom misses out, really. Clips it low, obviously along the ground, all the way out towards square leg, but there is a deep square, so he'd have been a little bit quicker on that. Could have got that one out through mid-wicket to the boundary. As it is, has to settle for 1. Just searching for a little bit of fluency at the moment, Hanscom, and he comes down and has a word with Holland, whether it was in a sort of tempted slower ball or didn't quite work for Charlesworth, bowled out of the back of his hand, but in he comes, bowls. Holland gets a slightly short ball, takes his bottom hand off the bat, shovels it out to square leg, running in. Goodman slides on the, must be slightly soft, one of the pitches, uncut pitches. The grass is fairly thick on it, although you can see what looks like a sort of muddy patch on it, and loses his footing and slides towards the ball feet first.
That really was the Bambi on ice moment.
Was. In goes Charles. That's a decent shout for leg before he's gone. Well, Hanscom never really settled at the crease, and Charlesworth, who hasn't bowled in the county championship this season until this match, has his first wicket with his, 8th delivery I think it was in the end. Hanscom palpably, as they say, leg before wicket, just leaning forward and punches the air with delight. Ben Charlesworth punches the air again and again, because that is a big wicket. An Australian Test star who's been in very good form this season and wanted to make an impact in one of his final games before going back to Australia. Well, not this time. He goes for 5, and Leicestershire 147 for 4, innings back in the balance.
You can tell that meant a lot, that wicket, for Charlesworth. I'm sure that he would have been quite happy to be in the side for as long as he's been purely as a batter, but when you know that you can contribute something with the ball, and you've not been bowling for as long as Charlesworth has, to take a wicket in at least championship cricket that soon after coming on to bowl, and it be the calibre of player that Peter Hanscom is, in the form that Peter Hanscom is, and to get him as stone dead an LBW as you could ever wish to see, I can understand why Charlesworth was over the moon with that wicket. And even just from the sake of the match positions point of view, that would be enough, but add in everything else. I'm sure his shoulder issues have been the cause of him not bowling as much of late as he would like to, but he can be quite a useful operator. Has picked up big wickets before when he has been able to bowl. Hasn't really been able to bowl very much, certainly in red ball cricket the last couple of years. But it hasn't taken him long back at the bowling crease this year.
Into Rehan Ahmed comes Charlesworth, and that one was fairly close to leg before as well, and perhaps would have been had Ahmed not got the inside part of his bat to it. The ball squirts out into the leg side, and he picks up a slightly fortuitous single. The lesser spotted Rehan Ahmed in Leicestershire colours, bless him.
Always seems to play against Gloucestershire.
Yes, not his fault. Obviously, he's been very much a feature of the Championship. Well, he's played 4 games in the county championship. Charlesworth in bright sunshine, in slightly short and wide, and cut away, chopped away by Holland down towards wide third man. Hammond finds himself down there. He's sort of gone back from gully in a straight line to the boundary, so Holland picks up 165 to him, holding the innings together at the moment. Ian Holland. Ahmed, it will be entertaining. It may be brief, it may not, but he will go for his shots, Rehan. Charlesworth is in to him. Well, he didn't go for his shots there. He waits in the crease and just blocks it from the crease out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. He's played 5 innings in the county championship. He's got 220 runs with a best of 85, and he's averaging 44 250s to his name.
I've rarely seen anybody play as many shadow shots after facing a ball as Rehan Ahmed does. The hands are twirling and twiddling about all over the place, and even at the non-striker's end there, it's just too long for him to have to wait to face another delivery. Give me another one. He's faced another 2 deliveries there, I think, one shorter delivery and one fuller delivery, and dispatched them to the boundary. De Lange prepares to have a go at Ian Holland once again. High price on his wicket now. De Lange bowls to him. Oh, he tries to drive as Holland, and the ball has looped up past De Lange and up towards mid-off. I'm not exactly sure how he managed to get that ball to do that. Rather spooned it in the end, I think, as he was through the shot almost a bit too early. Wasn't particularly close to De Lange in his follow-through, but equally not a controlled shot from Holland. De Lange in bowls, and nicely assisted by Holland down to deep third, which brings up the 150 for Leicestershire in the 41st over. 150 for 4. Holland off strike. He's on to 66. It's not really as though Gloucestershire will give up trying to get Holland out, but I'm sure if you're Marchant de Lange, you would rather be bowling at Rehan Ahmed at this stage. New to the crease. Have a bit of a go at the new man. Still just the 2 slips in place and a deep square leg. De Lange bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who is forward, playing one of the best looking defensive shots we've seen today, as the ball trickles up to mid-off and there is no run. I was thinking back actually to the game last year, and it's amazing how a couple of the Gloucestershire players have become part of the furniture almost. I'll explain more in a moment, as there's a full ball from De Lange which is push driven out into the covers and there's no run. Like, I looked back at the game last year and I had to remind myself that at that stage Ollie Price hadn't got a single first class century, and then give him a few months, he's got multiple first class centuries and multiple List A centuries, and then is on a Lions tour. But at that point last season he hadn't got a single one. De Lange bowls a short ball pulled by Rehan Ahmed in front of square. He's not absolutely middled it, but he will take a single out to deep mid-wicket as the sweeper comes round Sing Dale. 151 for 4. And the other thing is, it was a ball that Zaman Akhtar bowled to Rehan Ahmed, he'd got a couple of wickets already, but when you saw Akhtar produce the delivery that he did to Rehan Ahmed in the first innings last year, Stalanger bowls and Holland gets down low, guides the ball into the onside wide of mid-on, an angled bat in defence, and is able to take a single with a lot of space on that leg side created by the fact they had the two fielders deep. So 3 runs from the over. Holland keeps the strike on 67, 152 for 4. I think it was either Akhtar's 3rd wicket or it might have been his 4th, but I'm pretty sure it was his 3rd. He bowled a really nasty delivery into the throat area of Rehan Ahmed, and all he could do was fend it off to second slip, and you'd not seen much of Akhtar before then, and on a fairly slow second day Bristol pitch he was able to produce that, and he just thought, there's something. But it's amazing how it only takes a year and it feels like they've been around forever.
Charlesworth is in, looking for the Yorker, dug out by Holland. It was a good ball, played back down the pitch to the fair-haired Ben Charlesworth.
Nothing wrong with being fair-haired.
No, just a description rather than a comment.
No, I'm sure.
Just the 2 slips. Price and Bancroft. Otherwise a sort of fairly conventional single saving field with the exception of deep square outside off stump, steered nicely away. 2 wide third man. He's almost backward point really, Miles Hammond down there on the boundary, but he's been perfectly placed. 2 shots now. Holland on to 68.
Would have been a great fielding position for Lewis Hill in that 100 that he made here last year. I forget how many. I think we totted them up. He could get a wagon wheel up. About 65 runs of his 100 or something like that came down in that area.
Charlesworth is into Ahmed, who looking to drive him. The ball maybe just came back into him a bit, and inside part of the bat out to mid on. Well, it didn't work for him this time. Tried to hit it down there in the air to backward point, and Hill came and went quite quickly for 5. Charlesworth knees quite high and induces a really wild swing of the bat from Rehan Ahmed. Bounce and leaves him. At this stage is in innings that was not really there to drive away. Went for it anyway and missed it. Airy shot would be a kind description really. That attempted drive from Rehan.
I think that qualifies as not even a waft but a waft.
Is that a Yorkshire? Is that a Yorkshire waft? Waft. In goes Charlesworth and bowls, turned off or attempted to be turned off his legs. Excuse me, by Ahmed. Didn't get anything on it. Came off the pad. Trickles to backward square. Long leg comes up to field Goodman, and the leg by is added to the Leicestershire score.
Well, I think from a southerner, a waft is stronger than a waft. You know, a waft I would have said was more of a kind of an airy sort of, you know, he had a good flash at it, so that makes it more of a waft.
Charlesworth in to Holland, who is turning it successfully off his legs, or off middle and leg out towards deep backward square. Goodman fields and 1 is taken. Keeps the strike, Holland, and that may not necessarily be a bad thing from Leicestershire's point of view. The American-born Ian Holland just gives Ahmed another delivery or 2 to have a look at the bowling. He's faced 8 deliveries for his 2, Rehan. Holland 131 for his 69.
Mark Halliwell has reminded me I've not given a second 11 update, and Gloucestershire's 2s have defeated Essex's 2s by 26 runs as Zafar Gohar mopped up the Essex seconds tail, and Zafar finished with 6 for 77 from 22 overs, so I have to imagine looking fairly ready for a return against Northamptonshire. De Lange continues to Holland, and this is turned into the leg side. which there is only one fielder on saving the single, and that's Actor up at mid-on, and the ball didn't go particularly close to him, so it's another simple single for Holland. He's on to 70, and looking mostly, he says, knowing that I'm going to be accused by Leicestershire supporters of trying to put the curse on him, but it's starting to look quite easy for Holland just to get off strike, and it's always a little bit dangerous when that starts to happen. Gloucestershire are going to try and plug the gap on the onside now for Rehan Ahmed. Goodman has come across and is going to field at a short mid-wicket, but there is now no fielder at cover. De Lange to Rehan Ahmed, bowls and tapped into the offside, quick single taken. There's a desperate lunging shot at the stumps from Hammond diving forwards, and the throw misses. Not sure it would have been successful anyway, but that was sort of Rhodes-esque in its intention from Hammond, but perhaps less so in its execution. As Rehan Ahmed moves on to 3, 157 for 4. And they do just have to be a little bit careful, despite the fact that they've got that early success after tea that they would have been hoping for to get rid of Hanscom for 5. Huge wicket, yes, but this batting for Leicestershire does just keep coming, and you don't want to allow a partnership just to get itself easily established. So they have now put that man at deep square up to mid-wicket for Holland, but De Lange strays down the leg side, flicked away comfortably by Holland down to the fine leg boundary for 4, and that delivery got what it deserved. Holland to 74.
It has looked markedly more fluent pretty much since he went to his half century. It was really hard work from up to that point. Gloucestershire made it hard work for him, but he's, as I say, looked almost a different player since then.
161 for 4. Runs off the first 3 deliveries of this over. De Lange bowls short, wide, cut over the top of first slip for 4. Again, it presented itself the opportunity to unveil that shot for Holland. He's hit 1 for 6. And now an uppercut for 4. Not quite as much bat on that one, but again, you've only got to get a small amount of bat on it.
Yeah, clever shot, really. I think it's exactly where he was looking to hit it. Possibly not.
Somewhere down there anyway.
Over the top of the slips, that.
Right over Price at first. So 10 off 4 balls this over. 165 now for 4. 2 slips in a gully as De Lange spears one in full, and Holland digs it out up to mid-on, and there's no run. And if Holland starts scoring quickly, you know that Rehan Ahmed is going to score quickly at the other end. Well, you figure anyway. So there is just that danger already lurking, even though these two have only been together for just over 3 overs. But they have already added 18 runs. De Lange into Holland. A little shimmy there did Holland down the pitch, and turns the ball to mid-wicket, who has now been brought up, and so the single, and in fact more than that, because it was well timed, saved by Singh Dale. So 165 for 4, 43 overs have gone. 5th wicket down in the Test match, by the way. Harry Brook has just been dismissed for 56 by Jayasuriya. Not that one. Prabhat Jayasuriya, the slow left armour. So Brook gone for 56. Jamie Smith has 31. Just been joined by Chris Wokes. England trail by 49. Going to have to bowl well second time around.
Well, short and effective spell from Ben Charles. When he's been taken off 3 overs, he may be coming on at this end. I wonder if they're going to change things around. Gloucestershire, but instead at the Ashley Down Road end, Goodman's going to come back and see if he can unsettle Rehan Ahmed.
He has left the field as Charlesworth. Again, he bowled a really short spell when he bowled in that 50-over game here as well. It may just be that they're feeling that, because he's not actually been doing masses of bowling in practice either. It may be that he's only really there for 3 or 4 overs at a time.
Goodman in to Ahmed on towards the hip. He takes his bottom hand off the bat, tries to work it around the corner. It might just have been glove. No signal from umpire Chantry, so glove and perhaps a bit of thigh pad as well. And Ahmed picks up a single. Well, Leicestershire's director of cricket, head of strength and conditioning, an assistant head coach / batting coach walking round the boundary, Claude Henderson, Dave Whitmore and James Taylor. Those 3 gentlemen, all in varying shades of grey, that being the colour of the Leicestershire training kit this season. Goodman is in on off stump, bowls a length delivery, doesn't move. Holland nonetheless treats the ball with respect, just blocks it out into the offside. Hammond fields at point and there's no run.
Jack Taylor and Tom Smith just overtaking them down below us. Tom Smith back into more of a coaching role now that the red ball is resumed.
Goodman is in to Holland, slightly short of a good length and a bit too straight. Holland can go back and work it without too many problems into the mid-wicket area. There is no mid-wicket. Coming in off the ropes down there is MATCHDAY.
The other thing this passage of play isn't helping Gloucestershire with is the over rate, which is already at -1, and given that they're likely to want to bowl mostly seam, the 4 seamers that they've got as well, they've all got pretty long runs.
Goodman is in, that's a better length. Stays on his back foot though. Rehan Ahmed to the straight delivery, plays it back to the Gloucestershire seamer. Yeah, there are 34.2 overs left to be bowled today. It's 22-5. I mean, there's 2 hours of cricket there, minimal really, isn't there? 17 overs, probably a bit more 2 hours
that,
20,
yeah.
Something like that. So if the light were to hold up, we could still be here at 7. Goodman bustles in, bowls Fuller and is driven by Ahmed wide of mid-off. I think it'll be dragged back. It's running across sort of net area that's used out there, but it is pulled back just inside the ropes, and it is just 2 there to Ahmed.
Yeah, those T20 nets. I don't think Singdale particularly wanted to dive on those, but they use those in the T20 so that balls aren't being fired into the crowd on a regular basis.
Because normally they put up sort of portable nets on the outfield, don't they, on the square. I should say Gloucestershire here for the players to warm up upon and practice upon. Goodman is in, bowls a bouncer to Ahmed, who lets it go through and is a bit annoyed with himself. He fancied flicking that over the slips or over the wicketkeeper down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, or trying to anyway, decided not to. Charlesworth re-emerges from the dressing room and back onto the field he goes. No obvious signs of any issues for him.
Yeah, I just reckon it really is that they want to keep his spells that short.
3 overs.
Yeah, we might be thinking we maybe would rather have 2 3-over spells rather than a 5 and done or something like that, but certainly did his job when he was on. And again, you do just always have in the back of your mind, is Charlesworth actually the right pace for the pitch? I don't know. We'll find out when we've seen some more cricket. Zaman Akhtar will bowl from the pavilion end. I think this is the first time that he's come on from this end. And it's Holland waiting on 79. It's been limpet-like at times as Holland, but starting to open up a bit now. He tries to jab that one out through the offside, but it's pretty much straight into the ground, and it's fielded at backward point. And There's no run. Been a day for the bowlers around the country mostly, rather than the batters, really everywhere apart from up at Chestley Street, where Durham have dominated Nottinghamshire's bowlers. Actor bowls driving handsomely through the covers from Holland, and that will go to the extra cover boundary in a flash. And Holland is into the 80s now, on to 83. 173 for 4. Not masses wrong with the ball from Actor, but Holland is, as they like to say, seeing it big at this stage. And if the first part of his innings wasn't always the most attractive, he's really starting to please the eye with some of these shots as well. Actor in bowls, a flash and a miss from Holland. It was the sort of delivery that so often produces the nick. Not full enough for that forcing extra cover drive again, and past the edge. So Actor with a riposte that he'll be pleased enough with. I would have wanted to have heard a little schnick. Actor is in bowls, full and straight this time, and Holland covers up and plays defensively up to mid-on. That game between Durham and Nottinghamshire, a century for Alex Lees, who's 116 not out, the forgotten man of Bazball.
Yeah, he's unlucky, isn't he?
Yep. Well, especially now that he's seen Dan Lawrence selected as an opener.
Astonishing.
What do I have to do? I mean, what was it? In fact, it must have been close to 1,500 runs he got last year in the Championship. Actor bowls that short and wide, clattered away by Holland. He's not going to miss out on that. And that one goes possibly even quicker to the boundary than his drive earlier in the over. 177 for 4. So acceleration is coming, but it's coming from Holland, not from Rehan Ahmed at this stage. 2 boundaries in the over, and the double teapot is out for Actor as he kicks away at the turf. 1 for 37 in his 8th over. Young Ben McKinney also made 121 for Durham. Looks a fine prospect, former England under-19 captain. McKinney dismissed by another England under-19 Finn McCann of Nottinghamshire. Saw him in the One Day Cup earlier this season. Actor into Holland, who stabs that one out to point. And there's no run, but 2 boundaries in the over. Things continuing to move in the right direction for Leicestershire after that loss of Hanscom, 177 for 4.
One for 37 from his 8 overs for Actor. He knows when he's bowled a bad ball. He reacts immediately, almost before the batsman has hit it.
And he's just of enough pace that most of the time it's just bat to ball and it will fly away, with the exception of that short wide ball he bowled to Lewis Hill, which got him a wicket. But in general, you're not going to average very highly in terms of your wickets by bowling there.
No. He knows it as well.
Or I should say, well, you're going to average high. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Goodman, 1 for 53 from 12, comes in and bowls to Ahmed, who is all care and attention as he just leans forward and blocks that one off stump out into the offside. No run. Keeping the 2 slips in is the skipper, rightly so, one feels. Chatting to Ben Charlesworth at the moment. As Goodman charges in, bowls to Ahmed, who has an awful lot of time as he leans forward and turns that one off the straight towards mid-wicket. Charlesworth runs across to his left, a square leg from mid-wicket to field. Ahmed jogs his single, ball back with Van Buren. Hammond, who has been up at backward point, is now heading back to the boundary for Ian Holland, who has shown himself strong in that department in recent overs. He's had plenty of opportunity to show himself strong in that department. That was a fullish, straightish delivery, and Goodman thinks it was almost through. And Holland, playing across the line slightly, pushed it out to mid-wicket. Goodman convinced that was going to thump into the pad.
Yes, his knees seem to have become weak a couple of times. Today is
like
Goodman.
That. I remember those days when you think you're going to take a wicket with every ball.
Yeah.
They'll pass. In goes Goodman and bowls, and Holland is forward solidly, playing straighter this time. The ball still goes slightly closed face of the bat down the pitch on the on side, but a bit more wood on it this time. 178 for 4. Plenty of blue sky around. A few grey clouds, but they're moving fairly quickly from the west to east. As Goodman is in and bowls on towards the legs of Holland, he stands up tall and turns it calmly down to De Lange. A wide long leg, almost deep backward square. Takes his single. Moves on to 88 comfortably, his highest score for Leicestershire in Holland.
Unfortunately, that lady with the bright green emerald hair seems to have left. It was quite the sight this morning down on one of those picnic tables.
Goodman is in to Ahmed, who again is careful, respectful, on off stump, leaning forward, blocking the ball out to mid-off end of the over. 179 for 4 off 46. 32 to go, so normally you'd say about tea, but we're sort of an hour past that point, aren't we? And coming up to 9 minutes to 5, 32 hours, 32 overs. Overs.
Oh, does it feel like that long? Am I that bad company?
To go. It's just feels like a lot of overs still to bowl. Whether we'll see a few overs of spin, I don't know. Not many.
No,
I don't think.
Not too many. Gloucestershire might feel, well, we can try and make it up in the second innings. Possibly. Their spin options in this match consisting of Van Buren and Ollie Price. I mean, Van Buren would certainly speed the over rate up if he can get the accuracy right.
Is it -1 at the moment?
I think so. Actor bowls a full ball, a forcing drive off the front foot from Holland, but rather flapped at it a little bit, so he didn't get the timing, and it's stopped by Dent out in the covers. Do see some interesting headgear, one way or another, down on the picnic tables. We had somebody who'd come in a beret was that last home game? I think it was, yeah, the last home game here. There's always somebody to spot from above. Actor bowls, catches Holland on the thigh pad, and it will be a leg by as there's nobody fielding at point.
Maybe they'd been to the Olympics. The French did give them out to the visiting teams, didn't they, in various colours and what have you.
And,
a lot of spectators wearing them.
No ceremonial dunking in the Seine or something to make them official. 180 for 4. Actor bowls a full ball driven through the covers. He held the pose there, did Rehan Ahmed, and then just for a moment thought, hang on, I better run here, and completed 1.5, but the ball has crossed the boundary. Van Buren certainly wasn't going to give that one up. Rehan certainly felt that he'd done enough for 4, and as it turned out, he had, but it would have looked quite entertaining if he'd had to sprint back for that second run. He moves into double figures. That's his first boundary. 184 for 4. This partnership continues to develop. Actor in bowls and just calmly steered down through deep third. There's nobody down there at all. That was made to look rather sickeningly from Actor's point of view. Easy by Rehan Ahmed. Just used the pace It was as though he knew exactly where the ball was going to be bowled before it was bowled and just left the bat there. Oh look, the ball hit it. Back-to-back boundaries in very contrasting styles.
If Leicestershire maintain this run rate, which is just over 4s.
Actor in, a short ball pulled away up in the air by Rehan Ahmed, but it'll fall safe. Couple of bounces and down to Goodman at long leg. Just for a moment looked as though Rehan Ahmed might have been suckered into the trap, but nope, 189 for 4.
They're not going to be far off sort of 330, 320, 330 at the end of the day if they maintain it. Gentleman stands up in a below us and
Actor bowls, short ball ducked underneath by Holland.
happily they move out of the line of sight. So Ian Hollander was starting to gesture.
Had enough of that this morning.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this partnership, the innings run rate at 4, but this partnership's put on, what, 42 now in 7.5 overs. So really a concerning development this for Gloucestershire after they'd been thinking, well, we've got a lot of hard work done here, got rid of Rahane and Hanscom, but danger lurks elsewhere in this Leicestershire batting lineup, and still to come, Kimber, Travaskis, Green, Scriven, plenty of runs left there,
a lot of firepower
potentially, yeah.
as well as Ahmed and Holland at the crease. Goodman persevering from the Ashley Down Road end, bowls a good line and length to Ahmed, who is leaning forward, defending the ball back down the pitch to Dom Goodman, picks up in his follow through, then lobs the ball to Van Buren to do a spot of polishing perhaps.
I mean, there's not nothing out there for the bowlers either. It's not exactly a pitch that I think be absolutely queuing up to bowl on as a seamer, but there's something in it, particularly at various times.
In goes Goodman, and again Ahmed is runless as he steers that one slightly more forcefully out into the offside. Stopped in the covers. I think that's Chris Dent out there, falling to his right.
But, you know, at the moment it's not all low bounce. There's been some bounce generated at times. Yes, you still wouldn't bank on an edge carrying to the slips.
Goodman bowls, flashed at by Ahmed, didn't reach it. Basically, it was not a great delivery from Don Goodman, wide and a little bit short, did swing away a little bit, and that saved it, I suspect, being carved to the point boundary for 4. You never know, he might have carved it straight into Hammond's hands had he been able to reach it, a la Lewis Hill, but the whole episode not particularly pleasing from an aesthetic point of view. Goodman is in full and driven by Ahmed for 4. Again, he holds the pose, not for quite as long this time, although he hit the ball, if anything, rather more cleanly. I don't think he quite got to the pitch of it, but he got on top of the bounce and pumped it away through the covers for 4.
You thought maybe I'll just have a jog after that one, after having held the pose for just long enough that the photographers will have caught it. Then, yeah, I'll just have a little casual jog to the non-striker's end. I'm not really running for this, you know. I don't have to run for it. I've creamed it.
Did hit it beautifully. Now, Van Buren has decided better have a bit more cover in the covers on that basis, some summons price, but he's going to put him in a sort of semi-catching position, about 4 strips back at a short-ish extra cover. A very strange, well, in the end, evasion from Rehan Ahmed. It was the bouncer, and he got in position to hook, realised it wasn't there to hook, thought about ramping it over the top of the wicketkeeper. By then it had gone past him and he sort of wobbled out of the way.
He played that one like he was falling off a unicycle.
All very, very strange. Rehan, you never quite know what to expect from the young man. Yes, wouldn't have been surprised to see him Q-end it somewhere. In goes Goodman, bowls short, hooked in the air, going to be over mid-wicket. Charlesworth turned and sprinted back, got just enough of it. It wasn't convincing again, really. He is something of a compulsive hooker, Rehan Ahmed, once he's sort of got his eye in. He doesn't always middle it by any stretch of the imagination, and he didn't then, but he's picked up 2 to finish the over. The runs continued to flow. Ahmed on to 22 off 25, Holland 88 off 150. Paolo's ice cream van has decided business is done for the day and heads off to the
like a bit of a ghost town, the car park at the moment. There's not many people sitting in those seats that they can bring to the edge of play. In fact, there's not many people in at all.
Our colleague Adrian Thomas assured me that Paolo's is, quote, the best ice cream on the circuit. It was good, but, you know, I like the scoops as well.
Here comes Actor and bowls a shorter ball, which Holland gets on top of, and off the back foot steers it out to backward point on the boundary. And another single. Holland ticks up to 89.
Where else is good? Worcester, that scoop. Proper. They're good. Proper
They had
dairy
some
ice creams.
really good ice cream at Scarborough this year.
Did they?
Yeah.
We did go. We did have just a day at Scarborough.
Oh, I think it was shut. I think I watched a little bit of
Yes.
that on the stream, and I think it was shut.
No, on the other side of the ground to North Marine Road, wasn't it?
Exactly.
I went for coffee there first thing. Yes, the ice cream stall. Yeah. Now that's a proper one as well. Scoop
Proper
job.
Yorkshire ice cream. It's not just any ice cream. Here comes Actor and bowls, and Rehan drives out to cover, but can't beat the field.
It's like Yorkshire tea grown on the slopes of the North York moors.
Oh, everything. I mean, you know, it's just, even if the ingredients weren't from Yorkshire, because they have been brought to Yorkshire, they are immediately better.
Of course. God's own county's imprint.
Yeah. Here comes Actor once more. Past the umpire and bowls, short ball, and Rehan Ahmed tries to flog a pull shot through the leg side and completely mistimes it. And it's stopped at mid-wicket. He's going to keep going for it, and Gloucestershire will feel they're still in the game. The problem is, how many runs will they have to concede in trying to take the wicket this way? At the same time, by bowling full, Rehan Ahmed has already tucked into quite a few drives. Actor bowls another short ball. There's the uppercut, and there is no fielder at deep third. And you feel if they're going to have this as a strategy, they're going to have to put somebody down there as well. And it's gone all the way for 6 again. It is a fairly short hit down there. And that is the 200 brought up for Leicestershire, and also the 50 partnership between these two.
Yeah, in good time, but he's been waiting for that one, hasn't he? A little bit. And Actor fed it to him.
We've seen Holland play it a couple of times as well. I suspect that will only have added to his desire to get one of those away.
55 had a run a ball, the partnership.
202 for 4. Actor bowls. Again, it's short, and this has been crunched through mid-wicket for 4 runs. On the pull shot this time. Didn't present the width allowing him to play the uppercut, but if it's not going to be up around the ears, then Rehan Ahmed is going to be able to do that. I mean, it's not the worst bouncer in terms of height, but obviously sat up enough that it could be put away. Actor bowls. Again, it's short. He's jumped at that one. That's got to be a no ball, and indeed it is. Way over the head of Rehan Ahmed, and he didn't get any bat on it, unlike Tom Scriven. So nobody gets there. Nick is in a twist about the MCC laws of cricket. And 2 more runs to the total, 208 for 4. The innings run rate already up to 4 1/4. Actor in, bowls full and driven through point this time by Rehan Ahmed. Running out towards the boundary, Charlesworth scoops it back in just in time. And they take 2 more runs. Actors' figures have been ruined in the last couple of overs. 1 for 61 now from 10. And Leicestershire 210 for 4.
Yeah. You hesitate to say that they've got what they deserved in that respect over the last couple of overs, but he has sort of lost a little bit of control as Ahmed has taken the attack to him and has been punished accordingly. He's a dangerous player. He did get a half-century against Gloucestershire at the Upton Steel, didn't he, earlier this season? Rahan?
It was one of those innings where he was, I think it was in the second innings when he was saving the game, but he did it in his way, scoring at nearly a run a ball. 56
he made in the second innings there. Best this season, 85 off 105 at Northants. Outside off stump, and Holland rather perhaps carried away by watching Ahmed. Flays away outside off stump and misses the delivery from Goodman that bounces into the gloves of Bracey.
That has been the shot. If there's been one that has got Holland in trouble in this innings, he puts that front foot forwards like he thinks it's going to be a half volley, and then sometimes it's just nowhere near. But so far he's not nicked more than the one that went just wide of Bracey in the end.
Remains on 89 as Goodman up even, bowls to him, and he defends that one back down the pitch. Ahmed hopefully asked for permission before stopping the ball with his bat and lobbing it to Singh Dale, who's now warming up very energetically indeed, from which we can assume, as the sun reflects off the turquoise soles of his cricket boots, and presumably off the studs there, but goodness me, they are. They wouldn't look out of place in a discotheque.
Maybe
breakdancing.
Yes, the breakdancing at the Olympics. Yeah.
In goes Goodman and bowls fullish and is driven but down into the ground by Holland, and it bounces up comfortably for Price to stop at short extra.
I reckon Ajit Singh Dale would be a great name for a b-boy. Isn't that what they called them? B-boys and B-girls, I think.
The only thing I saw I didn't see any of the only thing I saw was the subsequent sort of controversy with the Australian who got no point, didn't she? No points whatsoever.
Is that right? I didn't see any of it, I'm afraid.
And caused great controversy and bad, we're told. In goes Goodman, a little bit short and wide, but doesn't try and overhit it, just steers it away, Holland, to the backward point boundary where Hammond is the fielder. Holland into the 90s now, 90 off 155, 211 for 4. But yes, the poor lady who was in her 30s has become the subject of some, the Australians who like to win were not best pleased, I don't think, by her performance.
Trust the Australians even to take that seriously.
How can you take breakdancing seriously? I'm sorry, an Olympic sport.
You give it an Olympic medal, I suppose, is the answer, isn't it? Yeah. Oh dear.
I'm sorry, I do appreciate it's old-fashioned.
Is it 15-year-olds winning gold medals in skateboarding as well?
Yeah.
What is the world coming to?
I just kind of get that in a way. After all, I mean, painting was in it, wasn't it?
Well, there was all sorts. Yeah, Olympics, architectural drawing,
cricket. And will be next time up as well, won't it? Goodman, architectural drawing is into Ahmed, who, sort of leaves it outside off somebody. Dropped his hand straight away as it bounced through, and there was almost a slight curl of the lip from Ahmed there, wasn't there? He was so quick to leave that one.
Got Hammond lurking down there.
It was a dismissive leave.
Can you think I'm playing that with Hammond down there? Actually, Hammond would be, if there was an architectural drawing competition amongst cricketers, I think Miles Hammond would be a good shot for the gold medal.
In goes Goodman and bowls to Ahmed, shortish, straight-ish, just dropped out towards mid-wicket, and he wanted one. Holland was a touch slow to react, but there clearly was a single there, as Charlesworth came running in, Price came running in to field, and as he completed his single, Holland held up a hand in apology to Ahmed for being a little bit on his back foot. Rehan Ahmed keeps the strike, moves on to 35, to 12 for 4, and this partnership is beginning just to change the feel of the game. I have to go and do an update.
Yeah, I mean, even the dreaded add 2 wickets to the score, which at 150 odd for 4 was looking very much in Gloucestershire's favour. Even were Gloucestershire to have a quick double strike, of course that would change things, but Leicestershire would feel still got batting to come. It's the speed at which this has got away from Gloucestershire as well. I mean, there's still 30 overs left until a new ball. They won't get a second new ball this evening. Still 28 overs remain to be bowled in this evening session. Large patches of blue, but there are still quite a lot of clouds, particularly away to the left, so we may well need the assistance of the floodlights by the end of this day. Change of bowling. Singdale replaces Actor, but it's, I'm afraid, another boundary from a Gloucestershire point of view. Not very much has changed. Short and wide, and scorched by Rehan Ahmed through the covers for 4 more. This ball is getting a bit older now, so the Leicestershire batters will have more time to line up those sorts of deliveries, and you sort of feel now Gloucestershire have let this get away to this sort of an extent. It's quite hard to go back to, oh well, we'll just try and bowl line and length here. Kind of all in at this stage. Singdale bowls, rising delivery, but Rehan Ahmed can stand tall and guide it out through the vacant backward point region and take a single. So even the good deliveries end up going for singles. 40 from 35 deliveries for Rehan Ahmed, and whilst Holland started out actually as the aggressor in this partnership, it's not even the fact that Rehan Ahmed's taken over, they're both now the aggressors. 217 for 4. Gully moves into place, so 1 wideish slip and 1 gully. Singdale bowls full, straight, kept out by Holland in defence out into the offside, and there is no run. Raining again at Merchant Taylor's School, where second place Middlesex have reduced Northamptonshire to 149 for 7. Wickets shared about, 3 for Roland Jones, 2 for Tom Helm, and 1 each for Messrs Bamber and Brooks. Middlesex holding firm at the moment. Singdale in and guided by Holland out towards backward point. Oh, he's had to hurry there a bit as Holland, he was daydreaming in the middle of the pitch, and a spectacular pick up and throw from Dent, windmill style, and then launching himself backwards. He is a fielder you just cannot sleep on, Chris Dent, and Holland almost caught napping. He might have just about been safe if the throw had hit, but far closer than it needed to be. Should have been a comfortable single. Holland on to 91. 218 for 4. Singdale bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who plays a defensive shot as though he was seeing just how little he could move everything. Yes. Bat and foot. Just stood right there and just about deigned to move the bat towards the ball, and plays it up to mid-on for no run.
Just beginning to look at a touch tired, Ian Holland. He hasn't batted this long for Leicestershire.
I wonder whether that's coming into it. Yeah,
157 deliveries. He does have 4 previous first-class centuries to his name.
Singdale to complete this over. Even this one's gone for 6, and a forward defence from Rehan Ahmed, who'd taken a step towards Singdale, not scared of you. And that over ends at 218 for 4. Leaders. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, Singdale's just feeling his left hamstring.
Oh dear.
And now he's stretching it off.
He's walking gingerly, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
Sussex, by the way, 142 for 6 up at Scarborough. 50s for Alsop and Hughes, and very little else. 2 wickets for Code and Thompson, 1 each for Hill and Revis. So if you're a chaser of the sides above, as both these two are, Yorkshire and Middlesex both going well. Derbyshire 39 for 1. now in reply to Glamorgan's 168. Been another good day for Tim van der Huchten, who just churns them out, 46 not out, and he's got that first Glamorgan wicket.
Ollie Price is going to have a bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. Singdale continues just to stretch that left hamstring. Could ill afford to lose Singdale at what is still a relatively early stage of the game. Gloucestershire.
And even for the rest of the championship, certainly.
Well, yeah, there's that as well. They don't want to really crock him.
Yeah, a mess with a hamstring injury.
Hopefully just a little bit of cramp, perhaps. So Ollie Price is in and drags that one down a little bit. Doesn't turn. He's an off spinner, of course, and on the back foot Holland just strokes it out to shortish, straightish mid wicket, where Cameron Bancroft find himself out of slip for the first time, just about, in a bit more air there, and thick outside edge, sliced almost by Holland as he went for the drive, and amazingly it runs down to third man, and Hammond is it Hammond? No, it's not Hammond, it's DeLanger down there now. I'm so used to Hammond being out there, but it's DeLanger out there at sort of backward point, deep backward point / wide third man, and got nowhere near it as it crossed the ropes at a fairly conventional third man. So Holland on to 95 now as Price steps in, bowls to him. He goes back, wide ball, cuts it out to DeLanger, takes one. He's within 4 now of what I think even for an experienced player like Holland would still be a significant moment. As I say, just the 4 first-class centuries to his name, and he'd love to get one for Leicestershire. The America international. Price is in to Ahmed, who is forward, pushing the ball past the sprawling Bancroft. Couldn't quite get there. He's got orange soles to his boots. Turquoise or orange seem to be... I suppose you see the soles from time to time. By definition, I'm talking about them. In goes Price, back goes Holland, and just defends that one out towards Bancroft, who jogs on to the ball. Ahmed 41 in seemingly no time, 41 off 38 balls. And Holland has steadily increased his scoring rate throughout his innings. He was in low 40s, in the 30s a lot of the time. Price is in, bowls to him, nice and straight. Holland forward, playing it out to Bancroft at that short mid-wicket end of Price's first over. Conceded 6 runs, and a little unlucky so to do, because it was a slice from Holland, thick outside edge. Down to third man for 4, but no obvious turn. You'd be surprised if there was.
Jack Taylor has just run a drink out for Singdale, so that would at least suggest that he feels that it's cramp. Just getting him some fluid on board to rehydrate.
Yeah, well, let's hope it is just cramp. Run rate's
Continuing
up to
to bowl.
4.3 now.
Yeah, continues to rise. In goes Singdale, 13th over, bowls, and that's driven by Rehan Ahmed, but not for any runs, as Dent fields out at extra cover. In fact, Derbyshire have just lost a second wicket now, 41 for 2 in response to Glamorgan's 168. Always seems to move quicker at the games that you're not covering. Isn't that funny how it seems to work that way? Mind you, it's moving quickly now, but just in one direction, this partnership. In comes Singdale, bowls full, and Rehan Ahmed tries, I think, to play an on-drive there, but digs it out in the end back to the bowler. In Division 1, Worcestershire going well, 71 for no wicket in reply to Kent's 171. Gareth Roderick, 37 not out, and Jake Libby on 24, another man who had a prolific one-day cup, hoping to carry some form through to the championship. Relegation scrap that in Division 1. Kent rock bottom by 25 points, but Worcestershire only 5 points behind Warwickshire above them. Singdale in and bowls, and a nice looking off drive from Rehan Ahmed, but picks out Van Buren at mid-off. Still quite tightly congested for that second relegation spot in the top division. Only 11 points between 5th placed Durham and 9th placed Worcestershire. So quite a lot of sides still at this stage of the season not feeling that they're particularly safe. Singdale runs in, he bowls, and is hopping away to leg there to give himself a bit of room, was Rehan Ahmed, but can't find a run. Again, it's Van Buren up at mid-off doing the fielding. Warwickshire are one of those sides, as I mentioned, 171 for 6 against Somerset, having been going pretty well, 125 for 2 at one stage. Match up at Edgbaston. Singdale is there again and bowls, and square driven by Rehan Ahmed out to the sweeper Ben Charlesworth at deep backward point, and a single is taken. 225 for 4. Just a brief, probably will only be brief, respite for Gloucestershire's bowlers this over. Just the 1 run coming from it, and Holland on 96.
Sweepers on the offside and the leg side. So nobody at third man though, so they would be tempted to try and only the one slip, might just be tempted to steer it down through third or fourth. Singdale is in, bowls straight though. I'm not going to steer that one anywhere other than carefully in defence out into the offside end of Singdale's over. Happily, no obvious issues with that left hamstring. As he takes his sweater from umpire Shum Mugan. Now Jack Shantry, the other umpire's on his walkie-talkie, which usually means he's talking to the scorers about something. There are still 25 overs left to be bowled. I don't think they'll be asking for the floodlights.
No, surely not.
Or anything like it yet. The light is pretty good. Plenty of sort of cloud around, but there's also it's broken cloud. A lot of blue sky as well. Price tells his mid-wicket to go a little bit deeper. So he's sort of 2/3 of the way back, something like that. He's also got a deep backward square as he steps in and bowls to Ahmed, a little bit short. Ahmed goes back and bunts the ball back down the pitch to Price. Long-sleeved shirt hanging out of his trousers as he goes in and bowls. Ahmed walks forward into the firm defensive push, wristy defensive push. It's quite hard to describe the shots because they're rarely out of the perfect coaching manual for Ahmed. Price is in, bowls to him, he drives, he's top-edged it out into the offside. It's going to bounce out towards cover. Running up the ropes is Marchant de Lange, and a fortunate Ahmed who skied that one horribly, skewed it high into the offside, gets away with it, picks up a couple. So Price has induced false shots already from both batsmen. Steps in and bowls again to Ahmed, who goes back, plays a more conventional attempt to force it out into the offside. Dent manages to lose his cap as he runs across and picks it up, but he catches it behind his back rather cleverly. Yes. Price is in. Ahmed threatens to step away, goes back into his proper position by the time Price delivers and tries to drive the ball out into the offside. Does, but only as far as Dent again. Itching to get after Price, but Price bowling rather well. Steps in and bowls and kind of admits defeat there, Ahmed, with the straight delivery off the last ball, just waits for it and plays it out to shortish mid-wicket, where Bancroft is the fielder. End of the 54th over of the Leicestershire first innings, 227 for 4. 24 overs remain to be bowled today. Ahmed has 44 now, Holland 96, and will be on strike.
Just a little bit of control here for Gloucestershire, and it Holland being this close to the milestone, and Rehan Ahmed being the sort of player that even for a few overs, if he's tied down, you know there might be a rash shot coming. Gloucestershire might hope that even just this brief spell of more control might produce a wicket.
Singdale is in, bowls outside off stump, and Holland plays and misses a slightly wild swing at the delivery outside off stump. It was a little bit too close, maybe just came back into him a little bit, but again, just a slight indication of a few nerves on the part of Ian Holland.
We saw maybe just a little bit of an indication of tiredness with that bit of running a couple of overs ago when Dent almost caught him out. Get a shot of adrenaline if he gets there, though.
He waits as Singdale is in, bowls straight and defends that one out into the off side. Dent fields and there's no run.
I think he probably has been the pick of Gloucestershire's bowlers today, as Singdale, Charlesworth bowled 3 probing overs and got that wicket of Hanscom, but in terms of those who've got through a body of work, yeah, Singdale is the only one that has a naught in the wickets column.
He has bowled well. Singdale in and bowls to Holland, full and straight. Holland defends. Got to be patient, got to wait for the bad ball. Pushes it out to mid-on and there's no run.
No real signs of reverse swing to speak of. I guess that's about your only hope once these balls get old now. Just have enough pace, Gloucestershire, that it might be dangerous with a reverse swing. We've not seen much evidence of it yet.
Sun goes behind cloud as Singdale is in, outside off stump, cut away. That is the 4 that Holland needed for his century, his first for Leicestershire. He raises his bat, takes off his helmet, raises it to the balcony. He is delighted, and understandably so. He's hit 14 fours and 1 6. He's faced 167 balls. He's done an outstanding job for Leicestershire, opening through a very difficult, a few overs this morning, but this afternoon was hard work, and he has prospered though since tea, and that is his first century for the Foxes.
Well batted, Ian Holland. It's come, until he got into the 90s, it's come easier after he got to 50 and then beyond, but still had to get over that final hurdle.
Singdale is in, he drives down into the ground, bounces out to Dent in the covers, and there's no run.
Did also notice after he made that 100, whether it was even for that reason or not, but James Bracey behind the stumps did just look down to his right hand, the hand that he briefly had Ian Holland's wicket in on 3, diving one-handed attempt in front of first slip. He did get glove on it, and Hollanders certainly made Gloucestershire pay.
Singdale is in, bowls a bouncer, and you could see it coming for a long way off, and it bounced almost within his own half as it goes over the head of Holland. End of the over, 231 for 4 after 55.
And still 23 overs left this evening, and this is exactly the point that with these sorts of long sessions where you do start to get concerned if you're, in this case, a home supporter, because it has just been, with the exception of the odd false shot, it's been looking all too easy for these two to score of late. And what damage could they still do in these 23 overs remaining as Price bowls down the pitch, hammering the balls straight back over Price's head for 6. It goes into the base of the advertising boards there, got to the pitch of it, and brings up his 50 from, 50 balls exactly. 5 fours, And now 2 sixes. First one on an uppercut, and that one a straight smash. 237 for 4. Price into Rehan Ahmed, who flicks that one with the bottom hand, but can't beat Bancroft running across from short mid-wicket. Been just what Leicestershire needed this innings after losing Hanscom so relatively quickly after that tea break. Price bowls on the pads of Rehan, but he can't get it through the onside. Bancroft coming across. Seems an awful long time ago, 147 for 4, and yet at the same time it only feels like about 10 minutes ago. Slip still in place, shortish mid-wicket and short extra, as Rehan Ahmed goes back onto his stumps and jams the ball straight back to the bowler for no run. At least Price forced Rehan Ahmed to, it wasn't a 6 that was handed to him on a plate there. Price in, he stays back there and nurdles a full delivery towards a vacant backward point and takes a single.
It really was the very definition of a nurdle, that wasn't it? Just a little poke, prod.
Floodlights are coming on.
I think that's what they were ordering then.
238 for 4. Price bowls, and this time it's Holland going back and almost French cricket style with feet facing the bowler. Just keeps this one out in defence. A decent over from Price, but Rehan Ahmed taking him down, knowing that there's not going to be a great deal of spin. I mean, you just look at the surface and it does not look like a surface where there's going to be much joy for bowling spin, and you know generally what pitches are like here. Who knows, maybe later on you might still get a bit of turn out of the foot marks. I can see particularly from that far end there are some foot marks there, but at the moment they're really quite wide. I mean, with Leicestershire bowl, I expect they'll probably be telling their bowlers to get as absolutely tight to those stumps as possible. Try and possibly bring Rehan Ahmed into play in that 4th innings, and Travaskis, of course.
Singhdale is in to Ahmed, who's both his feet are off the ground as he chops that one out into the offside, and it's fielded by the sweeper down there. But again, well, Singhdale has a word with Ahmed as he leaves, but extraordinary shot.
Completely unnecessary as well.
Leapt sort of into the air with both feet off the ground and punched it away through the offside.
What's he going to do next, boys? He's going to do that where you jump sideways and clip your feet together, that thing.
I really don't know what he's going to do next.
Try and do that whilst playing a drive.
Rehan. But it doesn't make life easy for the bowlers either. Marchant de Lange is warming up at mid-on. They've posted a leg gully now for Ian Holland, and leg gully is saying, well, shouldn't we have long leg a little bit wider then? He's almost directly behind me, but no reaction. So slip gully and leg gully as Singhdale is in bowls and is driven, but without too much aggressive intent by Holland. Steered out to Van Buren at wide-ish mid-off.
Penny for Mark Alain's thoughts at the moment.
Just looking at him down there, he's doing the old Roman thing, isn't he, down there, sitting with legs extended on the boundary. But it will be a bit of concern because there's some big hitters to come in Leicestershire's batting lineup, and if they can continue to score at this rate, they could get themselves in a strong position by sort of lunchtime tomorrow. Round the wicket goes Singhdale and bowls, and it's edged for 4, sort of a controlled edge by Ian Holland. He played it with sort of softish hands and steered it through sort of 3rd slip down to the 3rd man boundary. Let's have another look at that. Yeah, no, fair enough. It was a no ball as well. So looked like it was more of an edge than it was. He sort of knew what he was doing there.
It's a good job they've got these floodlights on as well. I mean, already see, I mean, it's not taken very long at all, but the cloud has come over and you can already see those 4-pointed shadows being cast by the players.
Yeah, the umpires could see the cloud coming. They were pointing behind us, behind the Bristol pavilion, away to the, what will it be down there, northwest, I suppose, ish.
This way.
Yeah.
west.
where the cloud is coming from,
Yeah.
sort of west.
Yeah.
Staying round the wicket, Singdale, short, wide, cut down to backward point, and he's caught. Holland has holed out to deep backward point. He got almost too much on it. I think he was trying to steer it that little bit finer, and in the end helped it out to deep backward point. Charlesworth took the straightforward catch, two-handed in front of his chest, and Singdale, probably not with his best ball, but he's got the wicket that his bowling deserves. Holland goes, caught Charlesworth for 104 off 173 balls, 15 fours and 1 6.
Well, he should get a good ovation from those that are here on what has turned out to be a fairly gloomy Thursday evening, but Singdale's latest plan to try and bowl short but round the wicket has proven to be eventually the undoing of Holland, but he's put Leicestershire in a really decent position here. They wouldn't want to lose another couple of quick ones at this point, but he has certainly done his job in terms of allowing that passage of play with Rehan Ahmed at the non-striker's end to develop, just falling shy of a century partnership between those two. But he was showing signs of at least mental fatigue, if not physical fatigue, before he got to his 100, and that was a bit of a case of getting to the 100 and getting out, because, I mean, yes, he'd been playing that shot quite well, that uppercut, but not with a deep backward point and a deep third back. He didn't have to play that shot, but took it on, and not the nicest time for Louis Kimber to be coming out to the crease now under gloomy skies. I mean, it's got to be pretty borderline already, I'd say. These shadows are quite strong being cast by the players and umpires out there. To be facing Singdale in this, not ideal.
Staying round the wicket to Kimber, who is defending out into the offside. Van Buren a few yards away from the ball, and immediately Kimber calls Ahmed through for the single. They make their ground. Van Buren doesn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps as it has gone markedly dark. It's a temporary state of affairs, judging by the fact that the clouds continue to be sort of fairly broken as they come overhead. So I think the light will improve again before the umpires get too concerned. But it is a little bit gloomy. Singdale round the wicket again, this time to Ahmed. Fullish on off stump again, minimal foot movement from Ahmed, and he examines the bottom of his bat. It sounded horrible actually as it squirted out towards Van Buren at that wide mid-off position, extra cover position. Looks down at the bottom of his bat, sounded like he'd cracked it, but seems to be okay.
Sounded like he was batting with my first Slazenger. Not that there's anything wrong with Slazenger.
Wasn't one of those white ones, was it?
No.
Remember when they did those Slazenger? They used to last forever. They were great club bats. Geoffrey had something to do with those. Sir Geoffrey had his name on a few of them. In goes Singdale, bowls, pulled by Ahmed dismissively to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, he stood and watched that one go. Singdale has his hands on his hips, but when he does get it right, pulling it, he's got wonderfully quick hands, Ahmed, and just smashed that one away to the boundary for 4. So he will continue to go for his shots. He moves on to 57, presumably.
I think it should be 56. They've only given him a single for that last ball.
I was going to say that can't be right.
Yeah, it'd be 56.
It did cross the ropes. 250's come up for Leicestershire. They have their first batting bonus point, and the scoreboard corrects itself. Always corrected by the operator. 56 off 57 to Ahmed.
You naughty scoreboard. So the first batting point for Leicestershire. And things have just slowed down a bit here because, well, now, here we go. It's time for the second look at the ball.
Oh, the ball, that's fine. I don't think it can't be the light.
No, not with Price bowling. But Chris Dent it was who
57 overs.
Yeah, decided that now was the time. So I think basically the rule of thumb seems to be they can ask twice and no more.
Changed.
And
hasn't gone through.
Well, that's so often what you see now, that the second time the fielding side knows that they can't keep asking, so they make sure that it's gone. And it has to be said, most of the time these balls do go. So we'll get a changed ball.
The 98 partnership for the fifth wicket was in exactly 16 overs. So 6.12 runs per over between Holland and Ahmed. And Holland contributed his fair share, tiredness notwithstanding.
I mean, we all know now, if we didn't before, how many overs and balls 100 balls is. So, you know, it's made it much easier working out that sort of mathematics.
Assuming you watch the...
Well, I think actually it's an awful lot of people who don't watch it that use that particular moniker for it. The over rate, by the way, has gone now to -2, so I'm sure they'll get some dispensation for the time that it takes for the ball to be changed, but at the same time it was -2 before that happened, so work to do in that regard. Change of bowling, actually, so obviously now that they've got this ball changed, they're hoping that it's going to hoop round corners. But are the umpires deciding that you can't bowl seam? I mean, this is where it gets really tricky, isn't it? Because when Singh Dale was bowling and when that wicket was taken, you actually felt
they're taking them off.
Well,
I'm
but
amazed.
they're saying, well, what Price is saying is, am I okay to bowl? But it looks as though even now they're saying that Price can't bowl.
Unless,
well, if you're Ian Holland, you'd be fuming in the pavilion.
I'm really baffled by this, actually. Why would they be taking them off now?
You'd be fuming. The light is
because it's
slightly better, if anything, than it was when Holland got out.
Couldn't agree more. Well, they're taking a reading now, they've decided, but Leicestershire won't want to lose these overs against a tired Gloucestershire attack. Kimber just come to the crease, yes, but Ahmed very well established on 56 and going very nicely indeed. And they would have been hoping to be well past 300 by the close of play. There are still 20.5 overs, in theory, remaining in the day. I don't think we've necessarily seen the last of our cricket for today.
No.
Yes, there is heavy cloud drifting over, but it is broken.
We've had this a couple of times this season here, actually, where both times, I think we've all thought in the box up here, well, that's it for the day. But actually, you look at the conditions today, and they're fairly similar in that there might be still a break in the cloud, and it will need a break in the cloud because it's fairly thick set from most of what we can see. But it wouldn't surprise me if we didn't get another break at some point. And this is always what happens when it gets into late August and September, where we had this situation at Hove last year in the last match of last season where bad light stopped play, they called the day off, then the sun came out at about 7 o'clock, and all of a sudden, well, it might be 7 o'clock, it might have been more like 6:30, but all of a sudden it would have been okay to play because the sun came out. But as soon as the sun goes in, it's not okay. Here, I know it's such a difficult job. I think it's the hardest, well, certainly from my brief experience umpiring, it's the hardest thing is deciding bad light and rain. When do you go off? There's always, 10 different opinions around you from people out in the middle, but from up here, the light doesn't seem to be any worse than when Singh Dale was being allowed to bowl to Holland and got him out, and then Gloucestershire, by the looks of their body language anyway, were quite happy to continue with Ollie Price. So, yeah, slightly odd and always unsatisfactory whenever bad light comes into play when you've got floodlights, but that's another rant.
And the umpires are out there at the moment. They're talking to the ground staff, and the curator, as they say, curator, as they say in Australia, is showing them his weather app, I'm sure, on his phone. They're all sort of gesturing where the cloud is coming from. Whether that app is showing that the cloud will blow over, my app doesn't sort of show cloud as such, it just shows rain. So this is a slightly confusing position. Alfonso Thomas is out there at the moment talking to one of the Gloucestershire players on the boundary, probably about nothing to do with this. Has got a little bit darker again. As a bit more dark cloud goes overhead, but that's going to be the way of things for the next half an hour or so.
Yep, I think we're just going to have to hold tight and see where we get to. I mean, they've still got basically, I mean, I assume they will work from having 21 overs left, and then they'll lose the overs at the usual rate from that point, rather than working from 6:30. But if there's no rain, then really there's still quite a lot of time this evening where they could get back out and continue to play. The umpires have left the field for the time being, as there's no real break in the cloud at this stage, and I assume in maybe 10 minutes or something we'll go back out again and take another reading. But it's now completely down to the fact that they've taken that reading. It's now down to the light meter. It's no longer a judgment call from the umpire's point of view. If the light is still below the level of the readings that they've taken now, then they can't come back on, and any future reference for bad light in the game will come from the reading that they've taken. But it's amazing, isn't it? We make a lot of these floodlights being available and of counties using or not using them. A lot was made of Sussex deciding not to use floodlights this season. How many overs did we have with the floodlights really on? About 3 maybe, yeah. And that was why Sussex decided, well, if we're going to have these regulations that mean that we can't play under the floodlights, then what's the point in using them? Yes, okay, supporters might get a bit grumpy about the fact that they're there, but if it's only there for 3 or 4 overs before they go off anyway, then it's a huge cost to the club to have them running. So anyway, here they are limited in terms of the number of days that they can be used anyway, so at certain points it's moot anyway, so they can't use them even if they want to. But
it is hard to understand. Leicestershire were perfectly happy. The batters were perfectly happy to continue. The light wasn't dangerous in any way, really. And when the batters are on top, it's not dangerous for the fielders either. You wouldn't say that for a second. And had we been playing with a white ball, we would have been out there without any question. So it's all a bit silly.
Yep,
I'm afraid.
I can tell you, by the way, that in the Test match, England have just taken the lead against Sri Lanka, still 5 wickets down at 239 for 5. So have just nipped in front there. Reminder that every ball of every county championship game is available to listen to on the BBC Sport website and app, so you can take your pick of games on there. Here, Leicestershire 250 for 5 from 57 overs of play that have been possible today. Impossible at this stage to say whether we'll be back on or not. If we're not, then a brief summary of the day's play. 66-run opening partnership between Rishi Patel and Ian Holland after Gloucestershire put Leicestershire in. There wasn't much of a surprise about that, given the cloud cover this morning. Rishi Patel, first man out for 47 of those 66. Caught behind by Bracey off De Lange, but a couple of catches had gone down before that point, including a difficult chance, but a chance nonetheless, off the bat of Ian Holland when he was on 3. He went on to make 104, be the mainstay of the innings. Lewis Hill was caught at backward point cutting off the bowling of Akhtar, caught by Hammond for 5. Ajinkya Rahane and Peter Hanscom haven't done the damage today. That might possibly be a source of extra frustration from Gloucestershire, that have poured in a lot of effort, I'm sure, and planning, trying to get those two out, and actually that didn't prove to be too much of a problem. Rahane got some bounce from Goodman, and catching him on the glove, looped up to Bancroft at second slip. He took a outstanding one-handed catch in front of first slip. Rahane went for 12. And then Ben Charlesworth, his first championship bowl of the season, got Peter Hanscom, one of the plummest of plum LBWs you're ever likely to see. Would have been hitting the middle of middle, and Hanscom pretty much knew it as soon as it hit him on the pad. Hanscom LBW for 5. Rehan Ahmed, though, 56 not out from 57 deliveries, having partnered Holland, who made 104 for a partnership worth 98 for the 5th wicket, have probably seen Leicestershire have their noses in front if this is to be the end of the opening day. 250 for 5. Bowling figures in brief: Singdale 1 for 51, Goodman 1 for 63, DeLange 1 for 42, Actor 1 for 61, Charlesworth just 1 for 6 from 3 overs, and Ollie Price none for 15 from 3 overs as well. We will be back with you wherever you're listening, stroke watching and listening, if there is any more play. But if not, have a good evening, and we will be back tomorrow.
7 overs have been lost from the allocation, and therefore, as you can see on the main scoreboard to the left of the club office, or to the right if you're looking at it from the MATCHDAY road end, 14 overs will remain on the day's play.
And a very warm welcome back to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. Perhaps not the most edifying chapter of Championship cricket that the country has ever seen, or lack of cricket, as the sun blared out and no cricket was happening. However, now that the sun has got back in, we're ready for some cricket. We've lost 7 overs due to that period of not being on the field. So 14 overs still remain in the day's play at 10 past 6, and it is seemingly okay now for Gloucestershire to bowl their seam bowlers. Leicestershire 250 for 5 from 57 overs. 104 to Ian Holland, 56 unbeaten for Rehan Ahmed, who's at the non-strikers end. Louis Kimber just faced the 1 ball after coming to the middle, and it will be Kimber who is on strike to Actor. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray still with you, whether you are with us on the BBC Sport website, app, smart speaker, BBC Sounds, Gloucestershire live stream. Hello. Here comes Saman Actor then, bowling to Louis Kimber, and Kimber has poked nervously at that first delivery and been beaten by Actor, who's, he's certainly had his moments today as Actor, but a really damaging spell when he was bowling to Rehan Ahmed and Ian Holland has meant that he is going at, despite that first dot delivery, going at a runner ball. But some swing there to encourage him. 2 slips and a gully. Actor into Kimber, bowls on the pads of Kimber, flicked away firmly and for 4. Singhdale down at fine leg, didn't have a huge amount of ground to make up, but that one came right out of the middle, and Kimber underway in short order.
Yeah, seemed to pick that one up all right, didn't he? It's been a bit of a nonsense.
2-5-4 for 5. This is a changed ball as well, which
seemed to prompt all the...
Yes, which Gloucestershire were about to bowl with before it all kicked off. Full delivery, big shout for leg before by Actor, but it looked quite leg-side-ish, although Jack Chantry didn't do his look to the floor, so you just wondered briefly whether he might be considering it, but that's missing leg by, even from the replay that we've just seen there. You can see it's missing leg by a mile. Full enough to at least interest, or certainly from the slip cordon, but very much not out. Actor to Kimber, who leaves. One of the better carrying deliveries through to Bracey, that one. It's certainly been mixed in terms of the carry today. We saw a couple of edges very early on fall short of the slip cordon. Even the edges behind barely carrying. But we have seen the odd one just take off and fly through as well. Actor into Kimber, and this has worked through the onside. That is a gorgeous piece of timing and placement from Kimber as he splits the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And it's another boundary. Actor fresh off that 5-wicket haul in his first Lions innings, and then 7 wickets in the match, has been dealt a bit of treatment coming back to county cricket after that. 1 for 69 his figures now. In he comes and bowls to Kimber, and this has been whipped away through the onside as well, this time to the right hand side of Charlesworth at mid-wicket. He will get to it to cut it off, but 2 more runs. This really could be quite entertaining to watch, with Rehan Ahmed and Louis Kimber both at the crease at the same time. 10 off the first over after the resumption, 260 for 5.
Yeah, if they can get going again after that untimely, as you say, interruption. The sun has crept out once or twice since the players have been out there, and there is a lot more blue sky around. So we've got a decent chance of getting a fair chunk of these 14 overs.
So I still think even now, looking at it, chances of us getting all these remaining overs in are very slim. Yeah,
I'd be very surprised. 6:15, with theoretically 13 overs remaining, so probably the best part of an hour's cricket if we were to get them all. And Gloucestershire not hurrying. Marchant de Lange, who's going to bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end, taking his time to set his field. Deep square is back. Goes in, bowls to Ahmed, who wristily, as ever, works the delivery off the back foot out as far as mid-on. No run.
We're off for bad light in the Test match, by the way, so not alone.
Up in Manchester, we've just seen a little bit of a few reports about this overnight storm that might be heading the country's way, as de Lange is in again. Not much foot movement from Ahmed as he works it out into the offside on this occasion, with pronounced swing of the bat, sort of a little punch out into the offside. Singdale doing some interesting stretching at mid-on. Sunglasses, superfluous, one feels, on the top of his cap, but they look good, don't they? The blue reflective light. Like de Lange is in line and length, and a solid forward defensive press from Rehan Ahmed, which, as I say, having chunted about his shots not being in the coaching manual, that was straight out of it, wasn't it? Everything was neat and together, and there's an underlying technique there for Rehan. Served him well on that occasion. 260 for 5. 3 dot balls from de Lange so far. He is in and bowls and flashed away to the sweeper on the just backward of point boundary. Charlesworth's out there. 1 to Ahmed. Moves on to 57. Brings Kimber back down on strike. Who was bowling when he did that obstructing the field thing? I can't quite remember.
It was a spinner, but I can't remember whether it was Price or Zafar. I think it might have been Ollie Price.
De Lange is in to Kimber. Good straight quick delivery, but Kimber waiting in his crease, leaning forward, blocking the ball out into the offside.
It was Price. Yeah, I've not seen it, but just from the mental residue of it, it was Price bowling.
Yeah, it was on various social medias, but it will be still up, presumably, various social media sites. For it was discussed at some length. De Lange is in onto the legs of Kimber, plays it nicely away through mid-wicket. Might just go all the way. It is going to go all the way. Perfectly placed. And Kimber beats Goodman. Goodman can't get there, so de Lange concedes a boundary off the last ball of an otherwise excellent over, but Kimber timing the ball nicely. He's moved on to 15 off 9. And Leicestershire on to 265 for 5 off 59. 12 overs remain. The light is good.
Kimber really picking these runs off through that mid-wicket area. Imagine him as somebody who'd be quite strong with that bottom hand. It would go in that sort of area when he works it through the onside, but you can't have fielders everywhere when you've got 2 players as free scoring as this, and the ability to access, particularly in Rehan Ahmed's case, ability to access some unorthodox areas. One slip and a gully. Actor to Rehan Ahmed, he bowls, and this is worked into the onside quietly in defence by Rehan Ahmed. No run. Chris Wokes was dismissed for 25 by Prabhat Jayasuriya. but Jamie Smith still there on 72. England lead by 23. Still very much in the balance, that, given it seemed to be turning yesterday. Anyway, I've not seen any of the action today, but there was already some turn on day one. Akhtar bowls, fencing it, that is. Rehan Ahmed, and missing the ball. No edge as it's taken by Bracey. It's still in play in several of the other matches around the country. A couple of First Division games at New Road and at Edgbaston, both still on there, and back underway at Merchant Taylor's School, as well as still being on at Derby. As Akhtar bowls, standing up on to his toes is Ahmed to get on top of the ball, play it down into the ground out towards backward point, and there is no run. Bad light at Scarborough has at least stopped play temporarily, but 20 past 6 at Scarborough.
Yeah, they wouldn't be afraid to tell the umpires what they thought.
Oh gosh, no. Akhtar runs in and bowls, and Rehan Ahmed drives. Nice high front elbow there, and he makes sure everybody knows that it was played with such technical accuracy and played back to the bowler. Akhtar having a bit of a smirk about something as he walks back to his mark. I'm sure Graham van Buren, with his captain's head on, would know when to keep things light and when not to. Akhtar in, and a push drive. Again, there's no run as Van Buren fields at mid-off. So 11 overs remaining. Still the chance that Leicestershire could get up over 300. If it could be 300 for 5, that would certainly feel rather different to 290 for 7. So an important spell here, as long as the players can stay out there for Gloucestershire hunting that extra wicket or two. Akhtar bowls, and playing that one with both feet in the air is Rehan Ahmed, but he gets down to the ground but only finds the bowler with his latest bizarre shot, and that is Akhtar's first maiden over. 12-1, 71-1, 265 for 5.
Yeah, much better over from Akhtar.
I think it's one of these things, you've got weaponry at your disposal. If you're Gloucestershire, you've got quick bowling, but what do you do with it? Do you actually just say bowl line and length, or do you say, okay, we've got this arsenal, let's try and put it to use, let's bang it in short? But it almost creates more problems for you sometimes, having that ability.
Yeah, for me, accuracy and restricting the batter is a huge weapon for the bowler. In goes De Lange, and it's worked by Kimber down towards third man. In fact, he's going to pick up another 4. So he's actually scored 4 fours, Louis Kimber, without doing anything overly aggressive. 3 through mid-wicket and 1 now down to third man, using the pace of De Lange there, and that third man has been a rich source of runs, that position for Leicestershire in this innings so far. Kimber 19 off 10 balls without really coming in and trying to flog it around at all.
And now it's basically a one-day field, with the exception of that wide slip.
There is now a third man as De Lange is in to Kimber hurries in slightly on the back foot. He's staying on the back foot. It was almost a length delivery. Didn't do too much, fortunately, from Kimber's point of view, so able to block it back down the pitch on the offside. 10 overs potentially after this, and the sun is out. It's not cracking the flags, but it's perfectly pleasant conditions out there at the moment. This is the 61st over going down, so De Lange is in. Kimber is edging that one down towards third man. Controlled edge. Played with soft hands, but there is the third man, of course, now, so 3 runs saved by Gloucestershire. 1 taken by Kimber, moves on to 20 already. Ahmed has 57, 270 for 5, so 25 added in no time by these two. Delanger into Ahmed, looking for the Yorker. Staying in his crease, digging it out comfortably enough. Examines the bottom of his bat as he chipped it along the ground towards mid-on.
So I gather you'll be using the gym here at some point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the follow-up. I'm waiting for the follow-up there.
No.
The BS7, yeah, absolutely. In goes Delanger, and looking to on drive is Ahmed. Again, he's not timing it. Delanger's hands started to go into the air as the ball ran out towards Singdale at mid-on. No run.
Well, I just thought I would offer you up the opportunity to keep up your side of the bargain.
I see. I thought there might be a follow-up there, but no, I do appreciate it. But haven't been in there. I'm looking forward to seeing how well equipped it is. I'm sure all the players might be in their due course. Short from Delanger, hooked out in the air for a while out towards deep mid-wicket, but Goodman's out there at deep square, has a long way to run round. Delanger not impressed. Hands on his hips there as Ahmed runs up to complete the single. Did him for a little bit of pace, but Ahmed went through with the shot anyway. Didn't time it, picks up one, keeps the strike, moves on to 58. 271 for 5. Will you be in there as well?
Do you think so?
I don't know.
Do I look like... I mean, no, I tend to get my exercise by just, walking or something. I'm not really a gym person. Which you'd probably be able to tell from the look of me. Here comes Actor from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Rehan Ahmed. He's driven that one just enough timing to get it through the infield. He won't quite pick up 4. It'll be 2 as Van Buren jogs back to the boundary and then doesn't bother to throw it back in. He'll just walk it back to 73 for 5. Is there a triathlon or something that you're working towards at the moment?
It is the season. It is the racing season. So there's one coming up at Grafham Water in September that I'll be in, hopefully.
Actor in and bowls, trying to drive through the offside once again, but this time I think he pretty much got the toe end of the bat on that almost. It certainly wasn't the middle anyway, and ends up dribbling towards extra cover. Oh no, we've got a problem with this one already. What's it been, 4 overs? 4 overs with this changed ball. Farcical.
Is it going through? No, it's sitting on top.
Oh
so
dear.
New ball again. So how many overs have we had with that one? 61.2. It was changed at 57, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so 4.2 overs.
And this is the problem when they're changing these balls. I think sometimes, I don't know whether this is, I didn't actually look at the updated regulations this year, I must say, but I think they can use last year's as well, and we know that there were problems there in terms of going out of shape, and sometimes they're just out of shape anyway. So if the umpires pick one that the players don't particularly like, they're just going to be shown a ball again that's out of shape and they'll have to change it again. But it may well be that all the options for them to change to are already out of shape, so eventually you get to a ball which maybe is doing slightly more for the bowlers that they just don't present to the umpires to then see that it's out of shape, because it probably will be.
Well, happily, it didn't take too long for umpire Chantry in this particular instance to make up his mind and pick a replacement. And even more happily, we're in bright sunshine now here at Neville Road, so those extra few minutes that are lost may not be too important.
If these overs are bowled, probably going to be finishing about 7:15 at this rate.
It's getting later and later. It could be a record.
It could be. Well, you had a really late one, didn't you?
Last
year or the year before?
Yeah, well, we had to stop because the sun set.
Oh no!
at Graceford. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it was so late. The sun sank behind it and disappeared. Basically, it went dark. Night fell.
Oh dear. Here comes Actor and bowls with his changed ball and a wafting drive from Rehan Ahmed. Bit of swing maybe there from Actor. We'll get a chance to look at a replay, and yes, it certainly did shape away from the right-hander. It wasn't a shot for that length anyway, but still, the swing didn't exactly help Rehan Ahmed's efforts to try and hit the ball.
He's got a nice action for a swing bowler. You know, you kind of would expect him to swing the ball.
Here he comes and bowls, and there's some lift and again a bit of swing as that's let go through to Bracey, but again he's taking that with palms facing up, and there've not been many balls today that have done that, so this ball
is a better ball.
Looks to be much harder than the one that they've just got rid of.
Yeah, they're happy with this, Gloucestershire.
In better condition, and yeah, perhaps this is one from April or something like that, and the one that was changed was from maybe June or something. 2 slips in a gully. Actor bowls, edged and caught at second slip by Bancroft. A smart catch down to his right. It was coming through low, but it would have possibly been an easier catch had there been a third slip there, but there wasn't, so Bancroft had to move to it, and Zaman Akhtar has got the breakthrough, and Rehan Ahmed had a little look round, had a couple of looks round there to the umpires. I don't think hopefully he hasn't said anything, but I think he's thinking, well, what's happened with this? How come they've got a new ball after 60 overs? It's 273 for 6.
Yeah, without question, those 3 deliveries with the new old ball have had different properties, shall we say, to any of the other deliveries, pretty much any of the other deliveries that have been bowled throughout most of today. So, them's the breaks, I guess.
Yep, I guess so. And who knows if, well, you just don't know if they'd had a different ball at the start, whether some of those edges might have carried through a bit more easily. It's strange that you're getting through to the end of the day here with a bowler that's in his 3rd spell now, and all of a sudden the ball's carrying through better than it was at the start.
Bouncing and swinging.
Yeah, you just wonder now, did Gloucestershire, whoever it is who's in charge of picking the balls, did they pick the best one to start the day off with? Anyway, if you're Leicestershire, you won't be, I mean, of course you wouldn't want to have lost Rehan Ahmed at that stage going well on 60, but you're still seeing that there's something there, and you got 273 on the board, and still the potential to add quite a lot more, with Travaskis coming out to the middle now, still Ben Green, Tom Scriven to come. But from a Gloucestershire point of view, they've got to make this period whilst this changed ball is doing something count. See whether they can pick up another wicket or 2 this evening to give them a bit of pep in their step going into day 2. It was noticeable also, I mean, as soon as they saw those first couple of balls do what it did, all of a sudden,
to gully, didn't he?
Straight into the gully. And now they're going to have 3 slips in a gully for the left-handed Travaskis. Just 1 ball left in this Actor over. He's bowling, and 2 wide to interest Travaskis in a shot. So the end of the over, in theory 9 remain. Still a bit of hazy late sunshine, and at least for now those darker clouds have cleared away. We can see more blue sky, I think, now than at any point for a while. 273 for 6 is the score.
Oh, De Lange will be reinvigorated, you would have thought, having seen that over. Life in this ball, it would appear. 1 for 53 from 13 overs for De Lange as he goes in and bowls full to Kimber, who strokes the ball. It was kind of there to drive, perhaps a little bit too straight for him. He rehearses the drive out through the offside, as it is didn't really put any weight into the shot, and Van Buren able to move to his left at a deepish mid-off to make the stop. Then again back in the gully now as De Lange is in and bowls outside off stump, punched away by Kimber, but diving to his right at extra cover. Fielder gets his hand to the ball, pushes it to mid-off and saves certainly one, maybe two. Didn't time it perfectly, Kimber, but good work down there by, of course, Hammond. Picks himself up in the end. De Lange is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge with the ball possibly slightly short of a good length, but it did swing a little bit. And Kimber a little prod as it goes past his outside edge. Just drawn into playing, could have left it safely enough, but drawn into playing at the ball. Different game.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You start to think, well, is that the effects of white ball cricket forcing that as well?
De Lange bowls full, and again Kimber drives but doesn't time it really, and this time moving to his right, Van Buren can make the stop comfortably enough. He gets the congratulations of his sycophantic bowler.
Do you think he wants to come on and bowl with this ball?
Well, Ajit Singh Dale ran all the way across from mid-on to wide mid-off for what was a tolerably routine stop. He congratulated his captain.
You might fancy a couple of overs at the end of the day now.
Exactly. And De Lange is in outside off stump, little bit of swing. It falls away so quickly in his delivery from his delivery stride, De Lange, as it swung away. It should swing away, but it doesn't look completely in control, the big South African. It was allowed to go through by Kimber.
It's always amazing how he can throw himself forwards in his follow through and stop almost more dead than Mark would at times when he delivers the ball. It's amazing how that can work.
In he goes, bowls a super delivery, and it beats the outside edge. Little bit of swing, and De Lange turns his fielders. Good over, 2 good overs on the trot from the Gloucestershire Seamers. A maiden over, 1 for 53 off 14 now. And, well, this partnership yet to get going at all.
And all of a sudden the ball moving, and moving at pace as well. That little break maybe just allowing Gloucestershire's attack also to refresh themselves a bit. And when you know that you're going out only for 14 overs as well, very different from in the 20s when you still feel that's quite a lot of what a session would be. 8 still remain. Travaskis facing his second ball. Round the wicket goes Akhtar, bowls to him, and that's almost extravagantly left alone by Travaskis, who made more of that leave than some others that we've seen today. That first class average of 32 for Travaskis coming in at this stage is not exactly what you want to see if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, or not that they look at those averages, but they'll know that Travaskis is a quality player to have coming in at 8, as he gets a wide ball, reaches for it and drives it out through the covers for 4. Akhtar bowling round the wicket, really for the first time in this innings, and straying in terms of line. There's been a few too many deliveries at times today for Leicestershire just to tuck into, particularly when it comes to width. And what on earth has happened there?
It was just a long throw in, and Hammond missed it basically.
All of a sudden I saw the ball trickling off towards mid-off where there wasn't a fielder. That certainly won't help the over 8, which is still at -2. There's that concern for Gloucestershire as well as others. 277 for 6. Akhtar bowls. Travaskis plays this one in the air for a brief period, but bounces a couple of times to De Lange up at mid-on, and there is no run.
He found a really decent run of form with the bat in the one-day Cup, Liam Travaskis, and I think it did his confidence a lot of good. This is just his third first-class appearance of the season, and only his third first-class innings, just 2 innings previously. But 2 good innings, with a top score of 82.
Actor switches to over the wicket now. 3 slips just get a bit narrower. As Actor runs in, bowls, that one comes back in towards Travaskis, but works with the movement, turns it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Umpire Chantry just having a look at the landing area of Zaman Actor in terms of the danger area rather than the front foot.
You can't imagine Leicestershire would mind too much if he runs up and down the wicket if he wants.
No, exactly, and that's actually one thing that you talk to former players in terms of how the game has changed now versus in the past. To allow spinners something else to work with, that's got to be a wide, surely. Angled across the left-hander and way away from any sort of a shot Travaskis could have played there, and the first wide signalled.
Just the difference to the previous over, which was a super over from the bowler, that just the appearance of the left-hander seems to completely confuse the Actor, blown his compass.
Actor bowls, and that's tucked through mid-wicket by Travaskis. Should be a comfortable 2. Goodman herring round the boundary, and it will just be the 2, as Goodman has lost his cap running round the boundary. We'll have to fetch that. 7 runs from this over, 280 for 6. The game continues to move on at a pace. It's been a bit of a shame that we've lost the overs that we have, given the cricket that we've seen. It's been all action for a while. Didn't start out that way necessarily, but as Actor bowls, he tries a Yorker, but it's a low full toss. It's been bunted past Van Buren at mid-off, who's herring towards the boundary, and that's another 2. Tried to spear that one into the block hole but missed, and Travaskis now has 8 from 7, so another batter coming out and scoring at a runner ball just like that. 282 for 6 at the end of the over.
Hamish is asking us whether we think Travaskis bats, and it's a compliment, a little like looks and bats a little like Marcus Harris. Well, diminutive, stocky, left-handed, compact. When he's on form, I suppose, yes, he's got that sort of left-hander's timing, Travaskis, but I think he'd be flattered by the comparison. Fair to say.
The Marcus Harris derby, this one. I wonder if he's watching from down under. Well, probably not at this time of night.
Talking about Harris, in goes De Lange and bowls. Kimber drives, but only as far as mid-off. When he was playing for Leicestershire and scoring centuries, Martin Brunt, one Leicestershire supporter who works part-time at a hedgehog refuge, believe it or not, was naming baby hedgehogs, hoglets I think they're called, aren't they, after Leicestershire Centurions for a while. And Marcus kept scoring centuries. In goes De Lange, punched out into the offside by Kimber, but only as far as extra cover. Again, there's no run. So we had Marcus, we had Harris, we had whatever his second name was. So he's quite pleased that Ian Holland has scored a century, his first, because Dutchy, one of the hoglets, will be the next hoglet. De Lange is in, back foot defensive shot, worked just past the stumps on the onside by Kimber. Singdale moves across to his left from mid-on to field. No run.
Not sure I'd have known, actually. Baby hedgehog was a hoglet. That's very sweet.
Pete had a few. Pete's got a few as well. So there was Hanscom, Victoria, Pete, Vic. In goes De Lange. Bowl short, pulled up into the air. Where's it gone? Out to the bowler and caught by De Lange. Kimber is caught and bowled. Didn't see where that had gone. It went more or less straight up into the air and caught halfway back down the wicket by De Lange, who made it Well, it was in the air for quite a long time, and he made it all look very simple. It kind of was. It was a quickish bounce. He went for the straight-armed pull over mid-wicket, top-edged it, and Kimber has gone for 20. Charged to 20. But then De Lange has bowled very well at him since, and Leicestershire have lost their 7th wicket for 282. You said 290 for 7.
Well, I'm glad you were calling that ball, because I had absolutely no idea where that had gone. It went so high, I think that it would have even gone out of our reach with the overhang of the roof above us. I thought it had gone out to deep mid-wicket. I thought there's just no way he can have hit it so high that I can't see it, and it's gone only a matter of yards away from him. I don't think that there are too many players in the country who'd be able to hit the ball as high as that in that situation. What should be an old red ball, but perhaps might not be quite as old as as it ought to be, judging by the way it's behaved of late. But extraordinary stuff. I mean, even in white ball cricket, I can't recall seeing too many balls go so high that you lose sight of it straight above us.
Well, I was looking at the fielders to see who was going to get under it. I thought it was going to go to mid-on first, then mid-off, and then I realised that De Lange had sent everybody away, or told everybody else not to move, and was directly under it. Took it with his hands pointing upwards as it descended vertically.
Now, the brothers in moustaches will get to face each other, although De Lange has got rid of his. At one point, him and Ben Green would have been the twins in that regard.
Ben Green, he's got the mullet as well.
Yes.
Bit straggly. Bowled very well for Somerset against Leicestershire just a couple of days ago. In goes De Lange, bowls to Green, who walks forward into the defensive push. Ball runs out to mid-on, and there's no run.
Probably one of the few people, Marchant De Lange, that could make Ben Green look small in terms of, well, good bulk.
He's a big boy. Played 4 championship games for Leicestershire earlier this season. Batted 5 times, Ben Green. De Lange is in to him. Back foot defensive shot out into the offside. Solid enough. Stopped at point, but De Lange bowls a wicket maiden. 2 for 53 now from 15 for big Marchant.
And I do, as I'm sure you do as well, always try and make a note of these ball changes. But most of the time you just think, it's just completely pointless. We're just doing it for bookkeeping. Nobody's ever going to see. Whereas this one, as soon as it was sent down first delivery, you just saw that something was different. And even in that dismissal from Kimber there, just giving him the hurry up a bit more with that shorter ball, causing him to pull it straight up in the air. Showing the difference. So Gloucestershire have had a bit of luck at the end of this day. Having taken 2, can they grab another? Travaskis is making Actor wait at the moment because he's got a problem with his grip.
He does this from time to time.
He's very meticulous about the grip.
He rolls the grip back down. He doesn't like any little exposed bit at the bottom.
Yeah, it's odd, that, isn't it? You'd have thought he'd be more bothered about the top than the bottom. Actor with 3 slips bowls. That's got to be close to a wide as well. Just about okay in terms of Jack Chantry's judgment.
It is 10 to 7. Jack Chantry's probably thinking. And there's still 5.5 overs left to go. So
don't remind me. No, I mean, it's actually, if it weren't, I actually didn't realise until you said that it was 7:15. I was quite enjoying the cricket that we were seeing, but now it's 7:15. Now you've got me thinking differently. Actor bowls to Travaskis, who looks to drive and runs it out to Van Buren at mid-off, who stops it cleanly. There's no run. That blue sky has also just left us. It's much higher cloud than it was when we went off for bad light before, so we might still just about get away with it, but it probably won't be too long unless there are some brighter clouds, could be brighter clouds or brighter skies that we can't see. Actor bowls, again, maybe a little too wide, and Travaskis doesn't have to play at it. might be starting to wonder again whether we'll get all of these overs in.
Yeah, it is beginning just to fade a little bit, the light. I'll go for 2 more after this.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. In comes Actor, bowls to Travaskis, a shorter ball, and that has been swatted away firmly through mid-wicket for 4.
Cheap as that sat up, didn't it?
It did. All of a sudden, having had some bounces with some life, I mean, that was just banged in too short. And so short that didn't have any zip off the surface at all. I mean, just banged it so far in that it just trampolined up and belted away.
Please hit me.
It's been an odd day for Actor, who's bowling now to Travaskis. That's a much better delivery. It still doesn't force Travaskis into a shot, but there's some carry, and it was tighter to him, where if he had played a shot at it, he might have brought the slips into play, but he just can't find his line to the left-hander, really. Actor, he's tried round the wicket, then he moved back over the wicket and bowled that wide. Now he's gone back round again, and he's really not found his rhythm against the lefty. Actor bowls, and forward comes Travaskis, and you know, that defensive shot actually was very Marcus Harris-like. The way that he just held that bat at a really shallow angle quite close to him, that's something that Harris does all the time. There's no run to end the over. 286 for 7, 5 left in theory, but the umpires are already coming together for a cosy little chat.
Yeah, I think it's okay for another one.
They're going to take a reading at least.
Maybe not. We're going to have a look. 5 to go. 66 overs we've had today. I think we could legitimately have had another 5 or 6 really, but if this will be it if they take them off now.
I think it'll be fine, actually.
Well, I think it's better than it was when they took them off before.
So confident.
Famous last words.
They're going to have another reading.
Oh, they're desperate to get off, aren't they?
Well, you do have
Umpires
to wonder
again.
A little bit when even the first reading was taken and it obviously wasn't particularly conclusive. And we're going to continue.
On we go.
It is only going to be for another over or so, isn't it? I think your call of 2 overs before the last one is.
I would assume so. But you never know. It's been such a strange old day. We could well be here at 7:30. Well, we will be here at 7:30 trying to get interviews, I would imagine. De Lange is in 2 green outswinger that Green allows to go through outside off stump. Mentioned that he'd played 4 games for Leicestershire earlier this season. Ben Green batted 5 times, made 133 runs with a best of 77, averaging 33 for what that's worth. Average doesn't really sort of mean too much in those circumstances. De Lange is in nice shape to that delivery, but although slightly squared up, Green plays it very competently, off the back foot in defence. Just took his time to find his feet a little bit, Ben Green. I think partly because he hadn't played much cricket really, red ball cricket, certainly for Somerset. Once he did, he was a big factor in the win over Middlesex, that's for sure. De Lange is in, bowls. Green turns him nicely off his legs down to deep backward square for 1.
We do kind of wonder where Green's ambitions lie, whether he is. I mean, most cricketers will tell you they're chomping at the bit to get in to the red ball side if they're not in there, but you know, it's hard to see a clear path at the moment to red ball cricket with Somerset, given they're doing very well at the moment with the side that they've got, and at the moment it's T20 and the 100, and that's his season if he doesn't get cricket elsewhere.
I put this point to Alfonso Thomas and others, and saying, are we getting this stage where cricketers sign different contracts with different clubs to play in different competitions? In goes De Lange, bowls to Travaskis, who steers it. I'm not going to say edges that. I think that was definitely a steer. He went on the back foot, slightly wide outside off stump, and played it neatly through around about 4th slip down to the 3rd man boundary. For 4, he moves on to 16 off 14, 291 for 7.
More runs down there. I don't know, you could say, well, we probably would have had more runs in another region if you'd put the fielder down there. You've got to take the fielder from somewhere, but there have been an awful lot of runs scored today down there. Might even try and get the exact number.
De Lange in again to Travasky, straighter this time, a little bit of in-swing as well to the left-hander, who plays it solidly enough out to extra cover for all De Lange's histrionics slightly. Oh, you got the
yeah, I
wagon wheel.
I think that it is 61 runs scored through the 3rd man area.
He's just been told, De Lange, to stop, to make sure he runs off the pitch, but as I say, Leicestershire won't be too concerned. I suspect if he doesn't.
Go on.
So he's going to go round the wicket anyway. But just briefly on that, players signing to play for different clubs in different competitions. I mean, obviously there'd be issues with preparation and things like that, and overlaps. Round the wicket goes De Lange, bowls, and big stride forward and a big leave. If you can make a big leave from Travaskis, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. It has got darker.
I think this
again,
is going to be
and
it now.
I suspect that might be that. We've had 67 overs today, and the umpires coming together, saying, "Are you going to bowl spin, perhaps?"
Well, he's the picture of keenness, is Ollie Price, standing there wishing that he could have a bowl.
I think this will be it.
Yeah, I think so too. With just looking at the shadows again, they look visibly as strong as when they went off, and I think
That's it.
the call has been made. Yeah, so we will lose 4 more overs today.
So 29 overs lost, is that right? 67, 96.
We started off, with 78, didn't we? So yeah, so we lost, he says, trying to do maths at this stage of the day, we lost 18 for the first break, didn't we? Then we lost another...
We had the late start, but just from a normal day.
Right. Oh, yeah,
So
I see what you mean.
29.
Yeah. That's probably
So we can
better way of
catch
looking
up
at
on
it.
8 tomorrow. If Storm... did it say Lydia? Storm began with an L, didn't it? But
I
think
can't
it was,
remember.
But if it permits. But we had plenty of cricket today.
Well, it was, when we had cricket, it was exciting to watch. Leicestershire, especially that period they went on the counter-attack with Rehan Ahmed and Ian Holland going well. That was exciting to watch, and you always felt that there was plenty that could happen with Kimber at the crease as well. We saw some pacey bowling. Okay, the pitch clearly isn't the absolute quickest, but you wouldn't expect it to be at Bristol. But there was enough there for the seam bowlers that they could feel as though they were in the game. So 291 for 7, I think you'd take that as a day's cricket as a neutral. Certainly you've seen quite a lot of runs and quite a lot of wickets, and okay, it's come in 67 rather than 96 overs, but nicely poised for tomorrow.
Indeed. And we'll be back with you tomorrow, weather permitting.
I think it looks as though the rain at this stage is forecast to finish before the hours of play tomorrow. It looks as if it should be done by 8 a.m.
If the wind blows as it's forecast to do, the cameras could be somewhere up the M4.
Well, there we go. Yeah, you will always have
Whether there'll
radio
be
commentary
pictures.
to listen to, assuming that somehow some of our equipment hasn't been
This is true.
damaged in there. Anyway, we'll be at the ground tomorrow, hoping to be able to broadcast, and I suspect that there will be a broadcast. So do join us for that. Thanks for your company today. Leicestershire 291 for 7 after 67 overs, a century for Ian Holland. The highlight of the day from a Fox's point of view, a couple of wickets each for Marchant de Lange and Saman Akhtar, with wicket apiece for Goodman, Singdale and Charlesworth. From Richard Ray, from myself, Ed Seaborn, and from James Healy, who's been operating the cameras today. Have a very good evening, and we'll be back tomorrow.